That was copyright. That was dangerous, wasn't it, gigglers? That was a close call, but he caught it in the nick of time. Full screen for the full experience. Greetings, greater ain't. Greetings. Origin of Lagos and gayest Winston and Bill Portley as well. Even though you're white. You're white, Bill Portley. How can that be? You're peppy today? Yes, I do try. I do my best. I need to be. I cannot be depressed all of the time. I've got a banana here. It's not a duck nana, but it's better than nothing. I'm gonna eat the banana. I'm just gonna write something real quick. Um. Oh God, I'm trying my best here. Might actually start this stream off with um. What? Why was I? I lost my train of thought. I was doing something, wasn't I? Yes. Eating the banana. Is it official? Peace is out of power? Sort of, yeah. I mean, yeah, it is actually. I do have some bad news about that though. Unfortunately, again. Already bad things are starting to show. Already bad things are starting to happen. Oh God. The first thing I saw was this big, beautiful hawk swoop down ahead of my car. Second thing I saw was some lady behind some dumpsters in her underwear taking to two sheriffs. What? What's happening? I'm gonna talk with the chat while eating this banana. Mm. Mm-hmm. Where do you live? I mean, don't tell me where you live, but that is a really odd happening. It's almost midnight. For me, Not necessarily for you. Oh, Florida. Well, that explains a lot, doesn't it? Florida. My goodness. So, how is everyone? All five of you. Tell me your secrets while I eat this banana whole. I'm better. I'm doing my best as well. Oh my god. That is sad. To lose a pet. Hmm. That is sad indeed. Oh, should should get that checked. Well, okay. Well, sure what? The banana, it's gone. I'm holding judgment that I know what the bad news are. That peace losing is fantastic. It is. Secrets of Lucy's weekend. So, I bought some special materials for my little secret project, and that's basically it. I. We're so depressed. Life gets depressing sometimes. It might still, but you know, you gotta be more happy. Look at this. My mom made this. How do you like the Ukraine Ukraine cross? See, it's not a scarecrow. It's a cross. Oh my goodness! It's literally a cross. Scarecrow. Oh, I can't believe you. For that, you should donate or something. Yes. It should, preferably, it should have this across it, but you know, you can't have you can't have it perfect always. But the cross is actually missing the, you know, to be the real cross. Scarecrow. Wait, what are your pronouns? Hey them. You're lucky. Your pronouns are they them. We need someone from Florida with he him pronouns so they can make Florida man jokes. We need that in our lives. Xander Hall. Wait, is Xander Hall from Florida? What's happening to my speech today? All in Florida are Florida man. Even the women and children. Xander Hall is a Florida man? I should make a Xander Hall emote and call it Florida man. Starscream. Maybe we'll start with React today. We've done so many hard-hitting, hard... I keep saying hard too much. Very high-effort content. So we're just gonna relax today and do something lazy before we continue our hard work. How many people have been watching those translations of mine anyway? We're gonna promote ourselves on President Sunday. I actually guest starred on a stream yesterday. So we're gonna get a VOD from it and we're gonna be able to upload it. Oh wow, what a thumbnail. Oh my god. That's my best thumbnail yet. I'm gonna show it to some new static. The thumbnail machine caught me in motion, which is interesting. I'm gonna show you some new static. Can I suggest some goofy React vid? I still have gone back with them, man. No, you don't have to apologize. I already have a goofy React video, but what is yours? There you go. One, two, three, four. 4 fingers. What a wild, wild ride. What's what for? Wait, what? What are you asking? What are you asking me? What's what for? What? What's what for? I just wanted to show you the thumbnail in motion. Oh my god. Oh. You know, it's in motion. Do you see? Mm. Mm, 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 mm. Mm, mm, mm. Hello, Palm Dad. That's fine. I thought it was cool. And you're like raining on my parade. Or something. You're being mean. My god. Bees. My god. Bees. My god. What's that word when you get, oh my god, what's that word? You know, when you get a fridge, bike, motorway, sun, chips, fries, big, big juicer. Report! When you get reported. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That's exactly what I was looking for. Don't worry about it. Okay, we're ready. Very mysterious brain Lucy has got me. I think. Okay. It's okay. Listen, that is how my brain works when I try to remember a word. I try to string words until I get what I want. Okay, we're gonna do the react. I got a suggestion. There's a content creator that everybody loves. Everybody loves this content creator. And I decided that we should take a look at their newest video. Hello, Moose Watcher. There's a new video in town, and I intend to react to it. There's a new video in town. Bird milk. I think we should play Warcraft for this. It's been a while since we've played Warcraft. What video? It's a secret. Is it a secret? I don't know. It's the new Foreign Man in a Foreign Land video. It's not a secret. Secret's over. The cat's out of the bag. It's the sissification of white man or something. Or whatever. We're gonna watch that. We're gonna have fun. Oh yes. Oh yes. Oh yeah. That's right. I've heard bad things. Don't worry, we're gonna have muchos fun. Okay. I have to stop being impressed by such trivial things. Yeah, 50 more. Oh my god, I haven't even realized. Naomi Chance had been on a crusade about it. Naomi Chance should come here. I'll let... React. Okay, let's go. Let's turn on own games. Warcraft 2. Play. Just to make it play. Okay. Nostalgic sound. The story is... Oh my gosh, you're telling the story. I cannot believe. Wait, hold on. Tashiam, let's go. Oh look, this is the stream that I took part in. President Sunday runs. Run, President Sunday. Okay, let's go. Wait. I have to copy this again? Who at me? Wait, who at me? Oh no, nobody. Nobody actually at me. It was just my imagination.
This comment changed my life.
True, it did. Got shirts from there and everything. What? Why dots already? What did I do? Again. What did I do? What can I do for you? Like an FF10 2. FFX2. The intro. We should have impressive intros like this. This thing changed my life. We should do it. We're just jealous. Is Warcraft gonna work? L&D. One simple trick. Wait, where's Warcraft? It's turned on. There it is. Now our stream is complete. Now our setup is complete. Now we can turn the video back on. How exciting is that? I swear. How exciting. This video, this whole thing. Wait, I gotta put the book away. Books are for nerds. And I'm not a nerd, am I? I mean, don't answer. Epicurean hedonists don't want you to know this one simple technique to achieving happiness. I see. Okay, let's go. It's time for the greatest video. Who? What? What are you talking about?
It was leg day, and I needed my favorite pre-workout, but I was out of it. So instead, I read the filtered comment section. That was my first mistake. I saw the usual suspects. Tactical N-word variation in an attempt to evade the comment filter, and this strange comment. Being the God-fearing, sexually repressed and emotional constipated black man that my parents raised, I had never encountered...
What? What is this weird admission?
...sexually repressed filter, and this strange...
Next you should do a video on cuckoldry, sister, fetish, specific... Wait, where is it? The story is thus. One time my family and I drove like 5 hours to visit a specific gas station for my mom's birthday. That's what she wanted. So wait, was it a gas station for that? What? It's called Bucky's. It's sort of a novel mega gas station in the south with a beaver mascot and everything. Barbecue sweets and knickknacks with flags. Now I want to go to the... Ouch. Now I want to go to the gas station. Someone who's going to take me to the gas station. It's going to be a bit more than 5 hours though. Are you going to be the one to take me to the gas station? That's going to be my birthday. My birthday is quite... Okay, it's away still, but it's going to be there sooner or later.
Comment. Being the God-fearing, sexually repressed and emotional constipated black man that my parents raised,
I did not need this information, by the way.
I had never encountered this word before. So I put on my protection and began to search. And though my computer was protected, nothing could save me from what I was about to see. I would like you on a long black leash. I will parade you down the high streets. You've got the attraction, you've got the pulling power. Walk my little doggy, walk my little sex dwarf. They all love your miniature ways.
What's happening?
You know what they say about small boys. A word once reserved for my hair texture has been added to the laundry list of culturally co-opted things at the hand of the hueless.
Duck? What? Uh-huh.
That word is kink. Now that that's out of the way, I got a confession to make.
What?
You may be taken aback by this, but please, please don't.
I'm starting to regret this. I'm starting to regret my decision. Maybe we should have stuck to translating the history panel. She chose this. I didn't. Naomi Chance chose this for me in the suggestions section on the Discord. If you want better things, give me better things in the suggestion, in the stream suggestion. The only person who put anything in it was Naomi Chance and was this video, so... Mwah, 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 mwah.
Go. Vocals. I regret to inform you that I am fatally cis and terminally het.
The hetero hell hecklers, the binary bimbos, 4 and Y.
Now, if you Quentin Tarantino and you hear the word kink, you probably thinking of feet. But other more cultured comrades indulge in more esoteric kinks that I won't list here because money. But there's a principle that I think most folks follow as it pertains to kinks. So long as the kink is between consenting adults and don't include a
Why is he saying everything in such a weird tone?
marginalized communal casting of aspersions, then the kink
Why is he talking like that? Why?
is cool, which is a criterion that this particular kink fails flawlessly in.
They call it Black New World Order.
Oh, Jesus.
I'm sorry, Lily.
Where are we going?
Forced STEM content, that was something that I used to consume. There's like some trans affirming stuff or some supposedly trans affirming stuff, but then there's just a lot of, oh my god, there's just so much racist, so much
It's not an accent. No, that's not an accent. He spoke normally here.
Oh my god. Transaffirming that
Oh, jeez.
Flawlessly in.
They call it Black New World Order.
He's speaking normally here. It's not an accent. It's not an accent to speak like this all the time. And I have to tell you now that I will do this video. I will watch it and I will... I mean, that's not an accent. Come on. Let's be serious for a moment.
Oh, Jesus.
I'm sorry, Lily.
Where are we going?
You see, he's speaking regularly here. He can. It's not an accent.
for spam content that was something that I used to consume. There's like some trans affirming stuff or some supposedly trans affirming stuff, but then there's just a lot of, oh my god, there's just so much racist, so much misogynistic, so much
Transphobic.
When I listen to white men complain about white genocide, I already know that they're watching Black Cuckold. Like, immediately it clicks to me, because who thinks about that much?
What? What? The what? Who is this? Who is this person? Oh, people are having very Cat Black. Oh. Wait, wasn't Cat Black the person that had a little bit of a thing with Vaush? Am I remembering this correctly? Hello, what a time to enter stream. Hello, you're white. Where was the build up to this? The connection. I see. Vaush, the Horus drama begins. Feels if I separated to a levels of creed that should only remain in storybook legends. She released her chats. Imagine releasing someone's private chats. Imagine releasing private chats. That's so weird. That is so weird. Why would you do that ever? I cannot imagine doing that. And for what? For 5 minutes of... It didn't exactly do her any good, did it? It didn't exactly gain her any super fame or whatever. Pretty sure it backfired spectacularly. Why would you ever release private chats? That is actually such a violation of privacy that it's not even comical. You know? When you chat with someone in private, there is a mutual understanding that it's gonna be private. You know? There's this mutual trust. 99% of people didn't even read them. They just assumed she was in the right. I don't know. That's just... it feels like just leaking publicly private chats is like announcing yourself as a person that cannot be trusted. You know? Isn't that just like announcing yourself to the world as a person that can never be trusted with anything? The election ended, yeah.
Oh, Barry!
Thank you for giving Coconut Island the Tiers 1 subscription. The video maker? Foreign man from a foreign land. Sexting, exactly. Sexting's like an extra foo, you know? Releasing sex is like a oh ho ho ho. No. Oh, for a man in a foreign land. I'm sorry. I don't know, actually. In a foreign land. I was there. I was in the wrong. Don't even at me. Don't at me. I was in the wrong. You bully me, I feel. I feel bullied by your comments. Releasing sex could not be me. Well, I mean, I would need to have sex to release, but what game are you playing? Warcraft 2. But I assure you, if I had sex, oh god, something's wrong with my thing today. If I had sex, I would not release them. That's the bottom line. That's the yes. Okay, let's continue.
That's right.
Our relationship would never be the same again. This my cum-colored roommate from Bumbleclot, Iowa,
I'm
while I was
sorry.
in college.
What?
It would never be the same.
It clicks to me because who thinks about that much, right?
Our relationship would never be the same again.
Huh?
This my cum-colored roommate from Bumbleclot, Iowa, while I was in college. He daddy looked like Doug Dimmadome, and his ma looked like she's called police on black children selling lemonade in the park. It only take 1 week for him.
Why is this video so weird? That was a weird sudden cut, right?
Him to get all Catholic confession on me. Like, I mean, my man start bawling like Jordan Peterson. Now, I paralyzed with fear, cause whatever he gotta tell me, got him broke down like Mr. Vegas. So he dab up his nose, dry off his eye, and tell me that growing up, he was taught to hate blacks. From he say blacks, you know, as a noun rather than black people, I knew what I was getting myself into. Mind you know, this is the first week of college. I ain't even get the syllabus to some of my classes yet, and my boy done gone on a whole Dwight Yoakam on me. So I have an ultimatum.
Wait, what's the title of this video again? The Sissification of White Men? Hola, Chaotic King. Oh, it's been so long, Chaotic King. Hola. It's quirky style. Curious how far I had so many notes for the queer community that require him gathering a panel of queer people and making it. I mean... Wait, did he gather a panel of queer people?
I can either shuffle a deck and get a roommate arguably worse than this man, or insert dog meme, this is fine, and keep it moving, headphones in hopes that this man don't try to ling me from my bunk bed like a wet pair of socks. Silly, naive, fresh off the boat, big body foreign, yes, they call me that for some strange reason, thought that just because he grew up like this doesn't mean that he's like this right now, right?
Oh, baby.
So you know the black proverb, if you don't laugh.
Oh, Greater Rain gave... Oh, thank you, Greater Rain. You should check out the cheap game Vasili's. It's a Ukrainian game about the revolution. I haven't been in it, but it sounded like something you might like. Oh! Is it about Euromaidan? It's been 6 months. Is it about Euromaidan? That's interesting. Yeah. Huh. Oh. Yeah. Okay, let's go. Let's continue.
You can cry.
Let me check it out. Who cried? It's not sissification, quote unquote, to cry, by the way. Wow. I'm gonna play this game. It looks so cool. Hand-drawn adventure game. Wow. Okay, we're gonna play it. How much is it? Okay, it is pretty cheap. That's right, it's been 6 months. Which means that you should join the page. Join the page. Hello, not here. Today's a little bit more of an upbeat stream for a change of pace. Join the what? The page. I'm gonna link it again. The White Forest page. I'll be home soon. We shall be waiting for you. The stream's not over yet. The stream's just started actually. It has just started. Okay, let's go. Okay.
Or get David Lynch up. So I tried to make light of the situation by saying that I understand, you grew up in Dubuque, Iowa, literally clan country. We had a hearty, nervous...
Okay, get to the... Oh, thank you, Greta Ray. You're being very generous today. Thank you. Thank you. Also, foreign man, please get to the point. Please, I beg. Please get to the point. Yeah, it's the same stream, but it's on a page that you can join. It is the same stream, but you'll be on the... You'll be able to use emotes that are very nice, like the evil duck. It is in fact the same stream, yes. Okay, let's go.
Laugh, and I began to think that we'll get on like a house on fire. Probably the worst analogy I can make here, but we ball. That was my first mistake. Parents weekend roll around, and Mr. and Mrs. Dimadam, son, where'd you find this?
Join the page and find out, okay?
Took some time from bleaching their hoods
Why are you showing this again?
to visit their son in college. And they felt bad for Twinkle Twinkle Little Lashy Me, because my parents were all the way back in the Bahamas, which, I ain't gonna lie, it was tough to see all of the Brady bunches of cream of wheats taking selfies and thing while I hear marching down Minecraft and throwing back bags of ramen and noodles. So Daddy Doug had a genius idea. How about you come back to the Butte with us? Let me tell you something, my big woman, them. My big man, them, I was looking like this. I was...
How many views does this have? Oh, that's not fair. 71,000 views in 2 days. That's so not fair. How many views do my videos get? I don't even want to. I don't even want to look. You can fix a tooth cap, by the way. Or fix, correct it. I don't know. Fix feels like a strong wording.
Looking for any and every excuse not to accept this one-way ticket to Clanton. Clanton. Just left Clanton. But before you know it...
Why is he speaking like this? This is made for ADHD 9-year-old audience. Why he has to joke in every millisecond? I don't know. To get 70,000 views in 2 days. How many now I want to check how many views I get. My God. 58. 397. Okay. 396 is nice. 80. 347. That's okay. Okay, I'm not gonna complain. It's pretty okay. I'm not gonna complain. I guess.
I was in the backseat like groceries, looking at the sanctity of my university in the rear view, and welcome to the Buke sign growing closer and closer with every second. We're home.
I like for him, but I don't appreciate what he says all the time. Yeah? I don't like the presentation. I'm not a big fan of this presentation. What do you like about foreign man? Random guy 3PO. What do you like about him? Maybe I can look at this from a fresh perspective and get a new. Maybe I can get a more balanced perspective of this creator. I mostly like the presentation. Oh no. Oh no. You're supposed to sell me on this creator, not. Oh God. Oh no. Well, that's unfortunate. I'm not sure if we're going to see eye to eye. It's art. I guess, but I guess not all art is for everyone, okay? Art is created for specific audiences, and I guess I'm just not the target audience for this particular type of art. I mean, that's true. Which means it's not for everyone. Okay, let's continue.
I look up, and I could not believe my eyes. This had to be a setup.
I know art is subjective. That's why I'm saying that that this particular art is not for me. But it could be for someone else.
I wanted to turn around right then because every moment that I spend...
I mean, I'm not gonna deny that it's art, okay? There are different types of art. Some people like them and some people don't. So I guess I'm not gonna be an art gatekeeper. Gatekeepress.
Here, I was spitting in my ancestors' cotton-stained corpses. I pull up to this literal plantation home. I mean, I could still see the blood, sweat, and tears on the grass like morning dew. I did feel like the boy from Get Out. Every neighbor had a MAGA flag. Like this one neighbor had a gnome, right? But it wasn't even a gnome. It was a minstrel. So begrudgingly, sphincter tighter than Arthur Fist or the grip of goomers that they have on their... And you wouldn't believe who I saw on the couch. Me more. So my roommate introduced me to his racing cosplaying grandmother. She the one favor Sophia from Golden Girls. Weirdly enough, she made me feel somewhat safe. Like, this family ain't gonna try lynch me with me ma sitting right there eating tapioca pudding. But as I say that, I hear this pitter-patter resounding from the stairs. You know who it is? It's Lassie running down the stairs. Like, they can't be that bad, right? They got a dog. Till this happened. Like, I should have seen this as a sign to just get the hell out. But my hair too hard. Pause. Lassie started barking at me like Lady Bird. Daddy Doug come coddling the dog like, damn, she's never been like this. And I bet, Daddy Doug, I bet she's never been like this. Because this probably like the most...
This video is supposedly about the sissification of white men? No, he's not explaining a dream. He's explaining his trip down south. Do people actually talk like this? No. People do not actually talk like this. And no.
melanin Lassie ever see in her damn life. It wasn't until later that the mask came crashing down, and I saw what was really going on. We was at the dinner table. You know, Karen made burnt ends, macaroni, potato salad, a smorgasbord of unseasoned food. And I put my best Sydney Poitier, guess who's coming to dinner impression, and scarfed that food down like Texas Roadhouse as a means of survival. Then finally, Mima breaks her silence for the first time since I reached. I thought she was non-verbal and blind this whole time because she ain't say a damn word to me. And the first word that this woman could say nearly caused me spit out this nearly alive animal because Karen ain't cooked this thing all the way through. This must be sushi how raw this shit is. Anyway, Mima say,
What is this story? What's happening? Isn't this supposed to be about sissification of white men or something like that?
Mima say,
This video is so long as well.
Doug, get the nose. I say the what? Now, mama, Jesus Christ on the back. I stood up in my ashy blackness and bellowed, what in the Jeff Foxworthy is going on in here?
My granduncle tells better rambling stories and he's in his 90s. My grandfather never told rambling stories. My grandfather always lived in the here and now. And then everyone clapped. Like, can we get what analysis? Analysis of what? Are you saying? Wait, are you telling that I should analyze this? Are you telling me to analyze this? I'm not sure there's much to analyze here.
I couldn't even threaten to call the cops because they probably still call them the slave patrol around these parts. Daddy Doug stand up, redder than a lobster, and storm out the room. Karen clutching her non-existent pearls, and then Doug walked back in the room with this bowl. And I legit thinking that they have a bowl of severed black toes, and Doug opened his mouth up with a sigh. Big body foreign. I hear they call you that for some strange reason. I am sorry. Mima has dementia, which makes her speak out of turn sometimes. Mima stand up and expose the whole family. Why y'all acting like we don't eat toes for supper? Mama, it ain't toes. I open up my mouth. I put my hand in my I put my head in my hand and I say, for the love of the Lord, can you please stop saying the N-word? Can you just wait until I
He usually starts with a story about white people. This is normal.
leave? Can you wait until I leave and say it behind my back like the normal Americans? Because if y'all keep doing this, I gotta have a whole racial sensitivity training in Dubuque, Iowa. But I still couldn't get over the fact that there are severed black toes in a bowl on a dinner table in the year of our Lord and big black baby Jesus. Doug started laughing as he told me that they're not actually toes.
What?
They're Brazilian nuts. I didn't believe this, man. I look inside the bowl just to come to the shocking realization that, damn, these are really nuts and they do vaguely resemble black toes. But that wasn't the point, right? Even if they do look like black toes, you can't call it that. And in that moment, I felt so foreign, pun intended. Here's this whole cultural tradition that this family has that they deem to be the norm, but to me is a perversion, a deviation from decorum, a straight line in a crooked world.
What does this have to do with sissification?
A kink. Carolyn Shabazz, based surname by the way, defines a kink as the use of non-conventional sexual practices, concepts, or fantasies. The term derives from the idea of a bend in one's sexual behavior. To contrast such behavior with straight or vanilla, it is thus a colloquial term for non-normative sexual behavior. So,
Vanilla
despite the overdose of melanin my body has drowned in, I may finally fulfill Fanon's proposed desire of every black man
Overdose?
to be vanilla. Wouldn't Ruckus be proud? This is a deafening definition drenched in heteronormativity, which reveals how straightness is defaulted in alignment with white normalization and religious piety that determines which sexual acts are white, I mean right, and which are wrong. Engendering a strict sexual regimen that prioritizes men in masks, shelves women and femmes, and most of all, incarcerates our sexuality. This is why kinks ought not be tabooed whispers, but instead buoyant,
Okay, what does this have to do with the sissification of anyone? Lulu, you need to play it at 2 speed. If I play this at 2 speed, I won't understand what the person's saying.
bugles that
Observe, okay? Observe.
shake the foundations of patriarchy and liberate our sex.
No, no way. No. No way. No way. I'm sorry.
Are keys to the chastity of our identities. And all of these jail allegories are shouting to me to finally get to the painful part of this entire video I've stalled long enough. I had the pleasure, the unique privilege and distinct pleasure of chatting with two of my favorite creators and a special guest that not only consumed the kink that we're discussing today, but curated and created.
No way. No. No. Nope. 1.5. Let's do a little bit of a compromise and listen to it at 1.5 speed.
Content for this kink, all of whom are trans. This is like the pause.
Okay, let's 125.
See movie without ball culture and the AIDS epidemic. ADHD tangent, yeah, you know what time it is. But why anytime when I see an AIDS commercial, it gotta be a black, queer, or black
This whole video has been an ADHD. What's it called?
ADHD tangent, yeah, you know what time it is.
This whole video is an ADHD tangent. I'm sorry. Not to be a gatekeeper, but for a man is self-admittedly someone who has not been a progressive for all that long, and it kind of shows in his videos, and often just superficial analysis and half-baked takes in service of his comedy bits that are often quite tone-deaf. That's true. His monologuing. Hello, Naomi Chance. I saw your recommendation and I decided, let's just do it. Let's just dive in. So, if you want to thank anyone for this, thank Naomi Chance. Also, Naomi Chance, you should join the page. I'm going to give you the link. I'm going to give you the link right here, right now.
But why anytime when I see an AIDS commercial, it gotta be a black, queer, or black, queer person in the B-roll? You think cis het folk them ain't out here catching AIDS? Why in the year of our Lord, 2023?
Also, what the hell is an AIDS commercial? AIDS commercial is such a weird term. AIDS commercial. We're advertising AIDS. We are advertising AIDS in our AIDS commercial. What the hell? AIDS commercial. Listen, saying AIDS medication ads is very different from saying AIDS advert, AIDS advert, AIDS commercial. AIDS medication commercial is different from AIDS commercial, okay? It sounds very weird to say AIDS commercial. We're advertising AIDS.
Are we still getting propaganda that perpetuates the myth that AIDS is a queer and colorful experience rather than a human one?
I've never actually heard that. I've actually never heard that. I've never heard in my entire life that. I mean, maybe I've not been. I mean, I've only experienced sort of discussion about AIDS in Poland, but I've actually never heard of it. I've never heard an opinion that AIDS is something that people of color get any more than white people, to be honest. I've never heard that. Was that ever a thing? Was that actually a thing? I've never heard that before. I mean, I have, like, the gay people and AIDS was a stereotype that I've heard, but I've never heard people of color and AIDS thing. Huh. Interesting.
Anyway, all-star trans cast and one token straight. Your boy, Big Buddy Foreign. I guess this is the world that these unscrupulous leftists want.
Force fem content in its basic form.
Forced feminization for me inherently triggering and very upsetting.
How much there is to unpack here. Jesus Christ.
In order to understand the racialized forced feminization fetish, we need to look at interracial porn. Not actually look at it, but investigate the meta of it. You can let it go now. Ain't nothing happening here. Interracial porn has always been a widely consumed commodity as...
What the... What? What is this video?
It's inextricably tethered to the racist institutions of a white cis supremacist patriarchal society. Despite the most searched term on the hub being lesbian and anti last year, the interracial fetish culture has steadily increased as an allegory for America's racial divide, reaching canyon-esque widths. Studios such as Blacked have burgeoned beyond the bedroom and have been neologized into our everyday vernacular, solidified in meme culture and immortalized in song. But
sense.
other corn houses have been peddling jungle lust as a genre for decades, harking back to the days of DVDs and even brothels dedicated to white cis mandem finding pleasure in the very bodies that they would punish by way of policing, redlining, transatlantic slave trade. You get the picture. I ain't got enough time to be listening to all the things that the white man them done. Yes, Lord. And this dynamic is not only in corn, but in intercourse in general. This hierarchical arrangement of bodies either being the dominator or the dominated is a reflection of our society in general. It's either do or be done to. But kink is a revolutionary way forward, as it subverts the norm. Sex is powerful, political, and public, as well as private, personal, and poetic. But the plot got nuts this time. As we see this kink reiterating the trials and tribulations of the trans...
This video is so incoherent, just like the last one. Like, when... What?
Atlantic slave trade, but with a twist.
I could what? That's right, folks. If you ever really rail femboys, you've played into... Oh no, that's not where this is going, is it? No, that's not where this is going. Is it? Naomi Chan's? No. Come on. I don't believe you.
You will. Yeah. I'm gonna milk this one for everything it's got.
You have the person being feminized and the person doing
this one slave knots and public a way forward as a sub or be done to. But action of hierarchical and this dynamic is not on trade. You get the picture. Very bodies of the houses have been peddling meme culture and immortalized in song. But other corn houses have been peddling jungle lust as a genre for decades, harking back to the days of DVDs and even brothels dedicated to white cis mandem finding pleasure in the very bodies that they would punish by way of policing, redlining, transatlantic slave trade. You get the picture. I ain't got enough time to be listening to all the things that the white man them done. Yes, Lord. And this dynamic is not only in corn, but in intercourse in general.
Corn?
This hierarchical arrangement of bodies either being the dominator or the dominated is a reflection of our society in general. It's either do or be done to.
What's wrong with being a little bit of a Never mind.
But kink. Kink is a revolutionary way forward, as it subverts the norm. Sex is powerful, political, and public, as well as private, personal, and poetic.
What's wrong with being a little bit of a sub? TikTok censorship language is so annoying. It is. What is this thesis for this video essay? That white men are sissified, I guess? No, I mean, I didn't mean that stuff. Oh my god. That's so embarrassing. I didn't mean that stuff. I meant, oh god. Here's a fourth sub. Enjoy. Thank you. Oh my god.
But the plot got nuts this time, as we see this kink reiterating the trials and tribulations of the transatlantic slave trade, but with a twist. Or kink, if you will. I'm gonna milk this one for everything it's got.
You have the person being feminized and the person doing the feminizing. Basically, you've got somebody who is a masculine man person who is being turned, quote unquote, turned into a woman, or being forced into a feminized role, forcing them into makeup, forcing them into clothes, and making them hold certain postures.
It's called having fun? Is that sissification is a form of white supremacy or whatsoever? Yes, that's the thing. I don't know. It's called having fun? Stop out it. Stop it. I'm gonna show you the scarf that my mom gave me today. Oh, sorry. Borrowed. She didn't give it to me. She just borrowed. Well, she lent it to me.
It's basically like forcing somebody to put on a drag show, but like generally it's like between two people.
Forced feminization.
Seems an overall another stupid video and for it. Yeah, it does seem that way. She make this, no, she just owned it. She just owns it and gave it to me to wear because it's called. Why can't men be femme if they want? Did I miss the poll and election stuff? No. We're gonna get to it after foreign men. I'm not gonna do serious segments when you're not here. Fake Alec Kyle Parker. Who's sissed up right now? That is so weird. People are allowed to have fun if they want. This is just shaming people for having fun in the bedroom or whatever. This is so weird. That was a pun. I could buy the premise of this video if they just structured this in a coherent fashion and actually gave example of this sissification. Equivocation to forcing someone to put on a drag show in the video seems like it does seem a little bit sus. You're right. Yeah. Like, this is so weird. Like, why can't people just have a little bit of fun in the bedroom and, dress up and, I don't know. So a lot of time, kink like forced feminization is safely exploring trans identity, helping to dismantle internalized biases. Yeah, and it's doing it by having fun. I just don't get it. I don't understand what's the problem here.
Involves sexual roleplay of cishet mandem undergoing involuntary training and transformation into women or femdem using things like wigs, lingerie, clothing, and heels.
Wigs are nice, but expensive. Wigs are really expensive, actually. The better the wig, though. It goes. Okay, it goes.
ultimate idea is that the forced femme has failed so stupendously in their masculinity that the only logical decision is to become a woman and sexually serve an actual alpha male.
But a lot of people might not
Sorry,
understand.
what?
Is that
Decision is to become has failed so stupendously in their masculinity that the only logical decision is to become a woman and sexually serve an actual alpha male.
Oh my god. This unironically sounds like the transphobic conspiracy thing that trans women are just men that failed at being men. I've heard this about trans women. Trans women are just men that failed to be men, so decided that the only thing left is to be a woman. It's like this stupid meme. Can't have a girlfriend, be the girlfriend. Forced feminization does not necessarily include this failed masculinity. This is so stupid. This is consensual. Just because it's called forced, it doesn't follow that it's actually literally forced. Okay? It's just in the name. It's actually consensual. Believe it or not. Jesus. You could do this to BDSM as well, by the way. You could very well do this sort of thing about BDSM.
people might not understand is that cross-dressing in general is predominantly a cis hetero male fetish, and a lot.
What? This is so... I have to listen to this again. This is so...
Cross-dressing
a woman and sexually serve an actual alpha male.
What a lot of people might not understand is that cross-dressing in general is predominantly a cis hetero male fetish. And
No. What? It's a thing that a lot of simply gender non-conforming people like to do and feel good about it. What?
a lot of it
Why is he nodding so much?
comes from this idea of feminine things as inherently forbidden. And for a lot of people, they may initially find appeal with forced feminization because it is often presented as one person leading another person through femininity in a very affirming way, right? So if you are a cis hetero man and you have a curiosity for feminizing your body or for being feminine, or maybe you are a trans woman and you are, overwhelmed by this idea of people not accepting you or of you never finding a woman who's going to be attracted to you as a person who does feminine stuff.
Okay. I think she interviewed Kat. Yes, correct, Palm Dad. That's correct. Hey, some of us gender conforming people like it too. I mean, isn't cross-dressing gender non-conforming, sort of?
It's common for you to look at this forced feminization kink in a very different light, because a lot of times it is a woman, usually a beautiful woman, leading a man through the process of feminization. And for a lot of people, that can feel really affirming. It can feel like you're finally in a situation where you're being embraced, like your highest fear of someone rejecting you for being a woman or for being girly or whatever. It's kind of flipped on its head.
As aforementioned, it's easy to wag fingers in the face of this fetish due to the tangible dangers that we're about to embark on.
Oh wait, what suggestion? Sorry. LFH. If I'm understanding correctly, are they low-key suggesting drag and cross-dressing are fetishes centered around treating femininity as inferior and degrading? I think you get the suggestion. That is so...
But let's take a charitable perspective for a second. This
Charitable perspective.
fetish can engender an environment where folks who fear or are not familiar with their gender expression could roam like an open world of identity.
I only bring it up because I want to like be 100% honest here. Yeah, just like very uncomfortable to admit, and this is not something trans people talk about with other people, because I think something like a man being feminine can be so like violently repressed. When people raised as male start to like maybe consider options outside of that, the first thing they often go to is sexual. A lot of people's gateway into being trans, like their first dipping their toes into it, is through like cross-dressing. I tend to think
Cross-dressing is not inherently sexual. It isn't. It's not. Come on. Cross-dressing is not inherently sexual. Why would it be? That's so... What do you mean the first thing that trans people dip into is sexual and cross-dressing is given as a... What?
these people that
What a start.
we're talking about today, it's not that. You know, it's not out of a love for femininity. It's almost out of like a looking down on it.
In a society
Oh, God. What?
right now where transness is under so much scrutiny, discussing the intricacies of transness, especially in mixed company, like when we discuss like black politics and just like the sundry of it all, in mixed company, where like your most trollish white folk can then begin to poke holes like, see, I knew black people were bad, like, because this black person is now talking about black Republicans. We know that people can take this and use it to weaponize it against talking about it rather than treating it with the nuance it deserves. So I appreciate that.
When I was a lot younger, I found my trans identity through actually. That's where I learned about transgender people. That's the first I had ever seen transgender people in any sort of way that wasn't just, oh, a man who had his cut off or a man who wears a dress or something like that. And like, because that was the entire framing that I'd had before, is that that's what that was. And then I get to, and I'm searching, exploring, and I'm like, oh, that's me. Okay. There's also wondering, how come I'm a category? How come I am like tightly relegated into a category and will not be seen outside of that category? I am at least like seen as a straight category, or as like a category that can be in multiple sexualities, but I'm still just like, unless I'm clicking on trans, I'm not seeing trans people. There are no trans people unless I click on the trans category. Trans people don't exist unless you click on trans. I was really repressed. I wasn't able to explore and talk about these things with friends. I didn't have family I could talk about this with. I didn't have trusted others that I could talk about with. So the only way that I learned about my sexuality really was watching. And I watched a lot of when I was younger. I used to watch hours of every single day. You get to a point where it's easy to get through all the videos on a website very quickly. And to be like, okay, well, what's next? I want to find another one. I want to find something else that gets me off that isn't the same thing that's gotten me off already. And what I'm noticing now is I was looking for identity. I was looking for me. I was looking for compilations. And then I start finding that the compilations with hypnosis elements, where you've got a nice soothing voice.
Okay, I guess.
Voice in the background with some nice soothing music or some beats, binaural beats or whatever, and they're telling you nice things in your ear, and it's like, oh, I've never had anybody actually be like this with me before. I've never had any.
I guess. I don't.
Anybody be soft and gentle with me before. And once you get into the hypnosis videos, it's like force femme just like kind of flows from there, because some of the force femme things can be really hard to swallow for people, and you know, if they were under hypnosis at the time, it might be a bit easier, that kind of thing. Forced femme content was always this place where at very least somebody was saying that I was feminine. Somebody was pushing me towards being that feminine ideal. Just let me escape my life.
Kay's story is synchronously heartbreaking and heartwarming. And with Lily's reiteration of exploration avenues some trans folk them may peruse, being one of the sexual, it purports a harrowing and hallowing reality. Heteronormativity and cis white supremacist patriarchy have coalesced in an Avengers-esque form to push people that don't fit the mold to the fringes of society. Transness is not inherently other. The experience has always existed. I mean, as a cis black man, there are things of my experience that defy the mold of manhood. And blackness, garishly. I got more cake than a bakery. I got more buns than the Krusty Krab. I probably got more than your gal. If you's a gal watching right now, I probably got more than you. I betting you. Yes, Lord.
What? I'm sorry, what?
I got more cake than a bakery. I got more buns than the Krusty Krab. I probably got more than your gal. If you's a gal watching right now, I probably got more than you. I betting you. Yes, Lord. And having is a feminine trait in the society because patriarchy encourages a body type that is desired by the male gaze, as well as, for lack of a better word, breeding material. Yes. Many cis folk themselves deviate from the idea of cisness in varying degrees, but trans folk are more bold with their departure from the shackles of sex and gender. They're braver. But these institutions have a vested interest in sorting people into categories in order to best exploit and subjugate them. Hence why transness is exotic under the current creed that we are governed by, rendering much of trans existence online, which is not only a good and a bad thing, but due to these institutions, a necessary and pragmatic one. Games like The Sims have graduated to VR chat, where many trans folk can experience gender euphoria and boldly break the eggs that they were so cloistered in. But sometimes the route to one's authentic self is not as accessible as an online game. Some trans folks' way to wholeness is a treacherous one, filled with potholes and detours that, but for the world being more inclusive of identities in variegation, these trans folk may not have had to wend that way. Had the paths for personal liberation been more clearly defined, supported, then maybe she would have been able to find herself as easy as it was for me to find out that I'm a cis man.
Is there a chance that like deep down, some of them are trans and like this is the only avenue they can find to express it is through racism? You know, is there like a world in which a person needs to give themselves permission to be feminine, and the only way they can see themselves doing that is this like uncomfortable question? I don't even know if I want the answer.
But the marginalized spirit is so indefatigable.
What is this person talking about? What is... Am I slow today? I don't get it. What? What's happening?
That it will contort to whatever it's cloistered in, like water in a...
Someone uploaded the clips from the Nebula Kite in Prison Sunday's Discord if you want to look over those after the video. Wait, what? What? What Nebula Kite? What are we talking about? Can you give me some context? What are we talking about? Naomi Chance? I don't know how racism relates.
Bottle. We ought always focus on the institutions rather than the individuals when deciding where our energy is best placed. But the way to understanding these very institutions, especially the one that we're talking about today, are through the individuals in this case. That said, this movement is home to very heinous happenings.
My femininity is not, first of all, it's not sexualized, right? Like, first and foremost, I don't see femininity as inherently sexual or forbidden or kinky.
The fetish is based in their state of their body. So they're going from like a body they see as like default as unremarkable to one that they see as like inherently sexual. Why does going on hormones make you inherently sexual, right? Like what's up with that?
I don't really enjoy feeling like somebody's interest in femininity.
But what are the clips about? That's what I'm asking. What are the clips about? Seems like you're picking out people to give testimonials which propagate an extremely negative,
Femininity is specifically tied to a misogynistic view of a woman's sexuality. Some people who are into forced feminization kink see being feminine as the lowest thing you can do. That's part of why it's sexually appealing to them, because it's degrading for them to be feminine.
Why is a body like mine more like work?
You could say that about any person that's submissive. You could say that easily about any person that's submissive. Which... Uh-oh. Oh.
worthy of fetishizing, right? I want to know what's humiliating about being more feminine.
A lot of
I also have a different version of his videos for Nebula and YouTube since YouTube's stricter moderation. Oh. Humiliation is not inherent to Forest Fam. That's what I thought as well.
men who want women submissives don't want trans women as submissive. Some people do, but a lot of them don't. And if they do, sometimes it is tied
You know what? We're gonna check those clips.
closely to some of those fetishes, right? So I've definitely had dominants approach me who were interested in sort of doing like sissy play and like that. And for me, that's, you know, I always want to be respectful of other people's thing, but it's almost like vomit inducing for me personally. Like the idea of somebody looking at me and seeing me as a sissy and wanting to sissify me, which of course there's the degradation aspect to that. It's just so offensive.
Forced feminization is kissing cousins with hypnotism, cuckoldry, and BBC content. And I ain't talking about Doctor Who. The first cousin of the forced fem kink on their mom's side is the BBC fetish, which dehumanizes by way of deification the masculine black body.
What does that have to do with the sissification of white people again? This is my take too. There is no thought in between all these claims and the video premise as well as racism. What is the horror movie music?
Put it like that. You all may have guessed by now that the cuckoldry and BBC fetish are derived from the transatlantic slave trade, where black women were viewed as highly promiscuous, while black men were viewed as sexually deviant, predatory, and extremely tall and masculine. Combine race with the known danger of masculinity, and you have a recipe for disaster.
What?
On April 4th, 2018, an anonymous post was made on the taint of the internet 4chan. An individual making a call to action to feminize the incels of 4chan, even if it means by force. And ain't on with the alias Rico. I assume that's how it's pronounced, Rico. So not anonymous, I guess, because I mean you got a whole.
What the hell? I really detest anyone who uses testimonial just to push a particular viewpoint. Just seems sus to do so. Yes, it does, and it is. But here is this video he makes us all think of his. Oh, come on.
Full name, right? Rico preyed upon a particular.
I've got things stuck in my head as well.
Subthread. I don't know what they call it on the hellscape. Subthread named R9K, where majorly cis men that have withdrawn from society congregate to vent about their dissatisfaction with their disenfranchisement. Rather than being a man.
Apparently, for a man cannot pronounce Japanese. Normal video essays that include interviews actually introduce the interviewees and explain their connection to the premise. Well, you know.
And self-help form, like the great folks there over in r/men's lib, R9K has fermented into a breeding ground that can be linked to some of the most egregious incelic events of the last decade.
Incelic events.
Such as the South Pole Community College attack.
I've never heard this term before. Incelic events. I think
it is apparent that the folks coming here ought be helped. But instead, they've been herded for nefarious activities, and one of which was this. As is commonplace with online forums, some folks post things that don't quite fit the theme. Whether it's me and FD link dumping in r/breadtube, or flooding this hub for lonely men with what I understand to be trap threads. These trap threads would exhort these lonely, anonymous users to cross-dress and even transition to cure them of their disposition. No, this ain't naive, foreign, mistaken, a queer-affirming thread on 4chan to be a trap thread instead. This was predatory grooming, much like Matt Walsh and them claim trans folk to be doing, but instead, it was apparently a cis dude grooming these users by seeking out lonely victims to feminize them. It would later come out that this was a concerted effort to feminize folks for fetish, even so far as to blackmail these folks into transitioning.
Oh my gosh, this feels like a right-wing video, unironically. There was this guy doing this thing, therefore this whole thing is a huge problem. unironically now, me chance, I feel like I'm watching a Daily Wire segment. What the? Oh god.
Whether folks truly
And
transition
the music?
is up for speculation, but what is obvious is that this is a repugnant case study of forced feminization as a means of predatory fetishization. If you're able to look past the invidious acts of preying upon presumably men that are in dire need of help and community, then the apparent misogyny that this is drenched in by deeming women and femmes to purely be sexual experiences, as well as the humiliation King
This
suggests
is a right-wing scaremongering now. Yes, it is. It is 100% that. I just... What the hell? Is foreign men and a foreign man a right-winger? Like, come on.
that this is an embarrassment to be a woman.
I think I want to go live in the forest for 200 years. Going on hormones and all this is such a big thing that changes so much. I have so many questions. Like, how are they even getting them if they're not trans?
It is
I know something about taking hormones, I would like to believe. I still stand that Jabo is the best and last good bread tuber. Who? Maybe I should check them out.
inherently fantasy for most of these people, right? So a lot of these people are not actually in any meaningful way transitioning, right? What they might do is, like I said, take photos from other people. Like I've definitely seen, just because I've been online for too long, people take photos of people who I know and like pretend that they are that person going through transition, right? Like the forced feminization community does do a lot of like stealing photos of actual transgender women, as a way of expressing their fetish. So what you may
Nobody would want to steal my photo, that's for sure. She's very good. Can somebody link me that person that's apparently very good? Guys, get those epoch times and
see and think, oh, these people are actually transitioning. It's not that. And in fact, for a lot of these men, the fact that it isn't real is kind of like why it excites them, right? How this materializes, how this impacts a transgender woman is that, generally speaking, if you're a trans woman posting photos of yourself on the internet, and especially if you're a transgender woman who has documented your transition in any way, if you have shown yourself change or whatever, the content that you post will ultimately be taken and stolen by forced feminization blogs. So what you'll see a lot is
well, what's my documentation is me just doing streams, I guess. In a way, no? I just stream and I change over time, and you can go to an earlier stream and hopefully see some difference, and you can go to the stream now and hopefully see some difference.
Actual transgender women being reposted on forced feminization blogs as, a way of feeding into the fetish, right? You started here, now you're here. These are things that are projected onto you. Your images are stolen to make inferences that are not true. I actually, years ago, had a transition timeline, because I was like, this is when my channel only had like 5,000 subscribers, and like I just wanted more views, frankly. And then somebody downloaded it and reposted it on a fetish forced feminization page.
That's so cute. I just wanted more views, frankly. So what kind of stalking here is a problem, but a problem for anyone putting out images of self. Yeah, correct. That's correct. Stealing identity, stealing images. Yeah, that's a problem that's an everybody problem. Or Facebook photos, for example, stolen and reposted as sexual. Yeah, right. So yes, my transition timeline is just my YouTube channel with me changing as time goes. It's not inherent to forced feminization. No, it's not. You have beach photos reposted on other parts of the... Yes, correct. Yeah, correct. That's correct. Can post things, but it is the channel name. I'm gonna look this person up. Thank you. I'm gonna look it up. Also join the page. There are a lot of new people on the YouTube. If anybody has noticed any differences indeed, you can, feel free to share your observations in the chat.
And it was so uncomfortable because you have somebody now taking your story, taking your experience, and fetishizing it.
But wait, there's more. You also have the transphobia by infantilizing transness, exotifying transness, and most of all, deeming it to be an inherent sexual experience, thus denying trans folk autonomy and wholeness by limiting their spectrum of self to just sex.
One of the central
No.
parts of it is humiliation, is that this is some sort of humiliating thing, that they are going to be now in some sort of lesser role, that they're going to be taken down to the level of a woman, to a place where they deserve. Every single video that's just like, the primary focus of the video is
Again, you could tell this to any person that's a bit sub. You could tell this to any person that just, I don't know, likes to be dominated a bit. You know? Right? You could use the same argument and it would be really, really stupid. I'm not liking this. I'm not liking this. I ran out of water. I'm gonna drink some cola. In me. Oh my god, greater ain't. I'm cross with you. I'm cross with you now. In me and how I change. I think I started streaming face. I'm pretty sure I started streaming with my face alongside soon after I've started doing HRT. You all aren't really hear the fact that puppy girls are anti-dog. What? What? I'm sorry, what? What's... Uh-huh.
We're supposed to focus on just the Tyrone aspects of this person and worship
Why
it.
is this censored? She's wearing clothing. Why is this pixelated? Your voice has become more feminine in my opinion. You have nice hair, beautiful. But that has nothing to do with hormones. My eyes did not change. My hair did a bit change. And voice is not affected by a HRT. And my eyes just are the same. They're not affected by HRT.
As God, basically. Since you as a white man are so tiny and submissive, and look at your tiny and
There is a form of pseudo.
haha, look at your small arms, and it's just like you are pathetic and weak, and that you are never going to be able to compete with black men because they are the strongest, most powerful thing. So you may as well just go ahead and start feminizing yourself now.
You literally could say that about people that do the dumb and sub thing, unironically. This is so silly. Well, this is what this person talks now has a grain of truth, and as I recall, this person watch a lot of porn. Yes, this person has mentioned watching several hours of porn per day and exploring their identity through porn. But that is that there is a visual language of modern porn that is generally hostile towards feminine people. Right. Right. Listen, there's nothing... Like, this video is saying that there's something wrong with wanting to be vulnerable in a relationship. Or any sex thing. You know? Like, that there's something wrong with being the person that's led. And that's just silly, in my opinion, to see there's something wrong. Huh? I, I did not see that coming. Oh. Let's just move on.
And start taking, estrogen because you're such a weak boy. And, you gotta become a sissy for black men. And that's...
Goddamn.
Fetishization can sometimes be tricky to identify because it's easy to write off as a sexual preference and can be masked by compliments, adoration, or genuine appreciation. And I want to be clear here again.
Let's read Carasso. Carasso always has something nice to say. Yes, very important, frankly, is there where that harm happens. No enforced feminization fetishes. This is really what you said. People projecting psychological explanation onto people's transitions based on sexualized stereotypes is the problem. Yeah. I can't believe...
Fetishes by themselves aren't problematic, as fetishization on a basic level is simply just the sexualization of something, which can then make it desirable. As Dr. Donna Oriola once put it, it's not wrong to be attracted to skin color, body type, hair, or cultural descent, but only going for certain phenotypic traits disregards others' humanity and places them into a category of something to possess or conquer, which can be led to violence against black bodies.
How is it racist to say that I want to have a BBC? Bruh. Like, it's a category. It's a category, and the amount of times I look for BBC gangbang, one female, 6 BBC guys.
Back to the BBC thing. This fetish is all about worshipping the onyx obelisk and uses animalistic verbiage such as studs and stallion. It's not just soy boys or chads who are into it. No, it's Karen and her Queen of Spades tattoo and breeding cake. It's your alpha male obsessed friend Cody who enjoys being locked in a chastity cage with a spade logo which classifies him as being automatically subservient to the black men who will plow his wife like it's reparations for never having received those 40 acres and a mule.
The kind of white men who feel like they are being feminized by inherently having sex with a black man or being submissive towards a black man are also the kind of men who really get off on seeing white women do that with black men.
Wait, but what? Why do you... Huh? Divorce emote. I don't... Isn't there a Vosh emote by default on this page? This is White Forest. There has to be a Vosh emote by default. No? There we go.
Right. And so what they're sort of doing is imagining, that they are in that position. And when they're in a relationship with someone, a lot of times this is, I want you to, my wife in a way that I've never been able to, and feminize me. Right. Now, of course, like I said, there are people who, when they're exploring that fetish, feel, oh my gosh, I might be trans. And then they might actually pursue it. But usually that's because they're trans, not because of the fetish so much. Right. Transitioning is really gnarly. Right. And so much of what these men actually fetishize in all reality is their position in this as a white man, and specifically as a white man who has the power to define this situation for exactly what it is. Because one thing you'll find is so much of it is based in how much the man is actually enjoying it. He might say, please her in a way that I've never been able to please her. Like in his mind, the fetish may be that he's trying to like satisfy her or, you know, have her be satisfied.
What?
But really, it's about him getting his kink, you know? And a lot of these couples that I've seen, a lot of times it is like the guy really pushing for it and the girl could take or leave it, right? And I've seen more than a few times where they did this thing, they did the cuckold thing, but like he actually didn't want it to go the way that it went. Sometimes, you know, people end up doing this and it ends up ruining relationships because maybe she really does want to leave you. Maybe she really does want to leave you for this black guy, right? What? And that's where the line gets drawn, right? That's when the racism and the other isms are like not that far, you know, behind all this, right? Because some of the appeal for some of these white men in these positions is the fact that this white woman is lowering herself to do something that she wouldn't usually do because he wants it. It's mostly cis het men, because a lot of these men will maintain a very particular masculine normative image. And then behind closed doors, they're a sissy pass around bottom slut, right? And I've seen so many people like that, right? A lot of these men don't actually want their wives to leave them for black men. They don't actually want to bow down to the Black New World Order or anything like that. Their fetish is specifically seated in the idea that they, as white men, have immense power and they can define a sexual scenario that pleases them to their very T.
The forced feminization kink is a self-identifying cis male fantasy to become a docile woman or femme with a hyper-dominant partner. And when you look at it, it's a harmful, toxic blend of misogyny and race.
Why is what? So it's toxic to be a sub? I just, people seem to enjoy degradation. I think that plays a leisure in interracial kink. I don't know. Some people like being led or something, or a little bit more, you know. I just
racism to perpetuate a culture of self-loathing and harmful stereotypes.
No!
These retroactive reprobates apply misogyny and racism to master, leading into another strange fetish, gooning, derived from the mental state in masturbation where a person becomes mentally blank and is overcome with pleasure, leading to a trance-like state and more susceptible to exposure to other forms of sex. According to their dedicated and regularly updated subreddit, this is designed as a gateway to kink for those who believe that their sexual prospects are impossible.
Sissy is really purely a sexual thing. That's been my experience. Because it is a term for someone being feminine, but also being like pathetic and powerless. And so I guess it's kind of beyond me why someone would claim that unless it was for like a humiliation kink.
Again, you can say this about doms and subs.
The thing I'm reaching for is that it might also be liberating for them in a way, when it is not in this like super problematic context, to step out of the gender that's expected of you, right? Like to get a break from that almost. And I think that's what people maybe look for in like submission in general. It's just like a break from their normal selves. They want to be feminine because part of them wants to be powerless and they just don't see femininity as powerful.
Now I'd be remiss to even utter the word gooning without referring to the giggly goon clown who hosted a hub for fetishes. Most applicable in this case, the Black New World Order. No, this is not a band fetish, where folks who subscribe to this kink deify blackness, specifically black men, by denigrating white people. Typically self-declared cis white mandem who acknowledge this myth that black men are pinnacles of masculinity, and by masculinity, I really mean a travesty of manhood insofar as simply being puissant, always open for business, and
what does this random Twitter account have to do with Forest Fam?
built like the Secretariat. And in this acknowledgement, coming to the realization that they ought not even insult the masculine race by claiming to be a part of it as a white man.
The what?
And just transition into a woman.
Masculine race? What?
So that to be a part of it, that they ought not even insult the masculine race by claiming to be
masculine race. What's a what? Huh?
Part of it as a white man and just transition into a woman so that the human race is devoid of cis white mandem.
It's this discussion of eradicating the white race by denying white men denying cis white men the privilege of coitus only be breeding,
Oh, yeah.
which is an awful word with awful connotations, reserved normally for animals, only being black bread.
Not talking pumpernickel.
We're not talking pumpernickel.
These are trans women.
It's like normally anime profile pic on Twitter.
Oh dear, that could be us. You know the galaxy brain meme? This is what I'm picturing.
What is this editing and what?
Oh dear.
Not talking pumpkins, reserved coitus
What?
only be
What is this weird erratic editing? What are they talking about?
breeding,
Oh yeah.
which is an awful word with awful connotations, reserved normally for animals, only being black bread.
Not talking pumpernickel.
We're not talking pumpernickel.
These are
Softer skin, curver body, white hips. My hips are not really growing. My hips are not growing a lot. Improved mental, I guess. TD. Improved self-confidence, decimate your fapping addiction. Way to wear adorable clothes. Okay, the hair is changing a bit.
trans women.
This is totally idiotic. Yes, it is.
It's like normally anime profile pic on Twitter.
Oh dear, that could be us. You know the galaxy brain meme? This is what I'm picturing. Level 1 take. White genocide is not gonna happen. It's not real. Level 2 take. White genocide is real. Level 3 take. Just absolutely exploding out of my head. White genocide is real and it's good and I'm horny for it. I want to know how you're hanging out in these spaces that take the idea of white genocide or great replacement.
Framing this hyper-race, fringe racist shit as being somehow an ingrained part of First Femme.
Remotely seriously, but then also managing to like be into it. Men like weakening themselves by becoming more feminine, but also like by submitting to Black men is such a weird situation that again like clearly reveals a lot about how they think about the world. Could a part of it be like an unprocessed white guilt? I wonder if this thing is maybe a way to like unclaim whiteness and all like the historical horrors that have come along with that.
Ooh, you cooking. Ooh, that's dark. So white genocide, almost like in the palingenic like rebirth. This is just so bred to palingenic rebirth of whiteness in this like almost inverted Nazism where like let's enjoy killing off ourselves because what we did was so wrong. There's no way about it. So let's just surrender to Black folks.
And of course it doesn't come from like a genuine anti-racism, right? It's not actually about any of this stuff is bad or like we should do anything about it for real. The same way that forced feminization could be like a way of escaping the power of masculinity and like the possible like psychic guilt that comes with that. I wonder if this like white genocide kink could be like escaping the uncomfortable truth of like what whiteness is.
I told you this was gonna get dark. No pun intended.
It didn't.
The giggly going clown is.
It didn't get dark. It just got stupid. For whatever it's worth, I personally don't really notice hips in regards to gender, like how it's a physical. This is so much of a BS stuff for a man. It really is. Oh, there are such non sequiturs. Hello, fake Alec Cole Parker. I've actually not. Did you just arrive? This is not BreadTube. This is an SJW content of scaremongering on a king. Anti-SJW content of scaremongering of a king. Yes, yes, it is. Like it's so bad. Like I don't comment much. You should comment more. What's wrong with being a little bit submissive? What's wrong with that? I don't think it's wrong. Right? There's nothing wrong with being a bit submissive, is there? Right?
Sad as it is projectile vomit inducing And it serves as an avatar for what is a racial forced feminization fetish, where an alternative take on this would be that these cis white mandem are so self-loathing of their station in life, being one of privilege and unreachable patriarchal masculinity, that they feel the weight of whiteness. Let's get charitable for a second. Let's get nuanced. The burden.
What?
They feel the burden of their ancestors, and they desperately want to start over again in some palingenic rebirth of whiteness.
What?
If rebirth at all. This
What? The way I think maybe some subtly interesting assumption about who the content he's looking it doesn't cater to. By the way, using for him introducing the stuff to the guest and let the guest try to make up some explanation. Oh my god.
This community literally fetishize their demise, giving the guise of a progressive politique,
What demise?
but truly being just as if not more racist than their overt counterparts, the conservatives. Not to say that these are mutually exclusive. A lot of the people that are
You're talking like a conservative in this very video. It's because they are white and feel guilty for the crimes of white people historically. They want to become women. Yes. I guess. Maybe? Maybe?
actually consume a lot of this content are conservatives on the low. Folks in progressive communities may be misguided in consuming this content, which is inherently putting blackness down by holding it too high.
A lot of these people are genuinely racist. There are probably some people who kind of get off on it and maybe do have left-leaning politics or whatever, but like I'm going to be real, even those people are probably racist, right?
Oh
the
my-
very
what?
context of bull, right? Which is the term that you would use to describe a man who is entering into a relationship in order to pleasure the wife, right? That is the bull, right? Same term that we used for black men when we were breeding slaves, right? Same exact term. And a lot of this does map very neatly onto that, right? And my experience with people who project race play onto me non-consensually, if I tell them that I don't want it, that is often when they get racist.
By rendering me omnipotent, you strip me of my humanity. By making me God, you deny me human. The biggest irony of this situation is
What?
the political affiliation of the
Maybe you should study up on this rather than try to reinvent the wheel based on vibes. True.
participants. Logic would have you assume that it's the BLM marching, all cops bastards chanting, self-serving neoliberals that engage the most with this cake. But their community is full of centrists and right-wing conservatives. We all know that they're kinky lips, but there are at least some subtlety. When hearing about the subject of this video, a black male colleague reached out to impart some of his knowledge.
So how'd you get involved with the kink community?
I had no idea this kink existed before I received a few very graphic emails about
What the
what the senator wanted me to do to them.
Tell me how the dynamic works.
Well, it's wild. First you receive a DM or two, maybe a passing comment on a pic. But the problems don't start unless you engage with them. In that case, shit, be down to clown or be prepared to block them and fast.
Is that bad?
Bruh, okay, so I did a bit of SW in college. You know, you gotta pay that tuition somehow. And it actually started with one of these messages. I hop on, read the message, some nonsense about what he wants to do to me in generosity. Now, man's been eating nothing but apples and ramen for 6 months. That generosity piqued my interest, so I responded, and at first it was flattering. I felt powerful, sexy, coveted, but then the language starts to slip. It began with a little self-degradation like, I'll never be as strong, sexy as you know. Then the reasons why he felt he couldn't meet the standards he set for himself. It wasn't just like a submissive kink, it was praise of my form. The same on the got stopped and frisked the week before. The same body that gets asked, are you on the football team, by every doe-eyed darling who wants to ride on the wild side.
what?
What'd you do?
I got paid, I didn't don't like it. It makes me feel like an animal. Like
Huh? What's happening here?
my strength and stature are all I have to offer. It pissed me off whenever I let it slip that I was a graduate student and clients were shocked I could use multiple syllable phrases.
I thought they'd be ever praising, given the penchant for idealizing the black form.
Yeah, well, that's my form, not my mind. And whenever has a conservative cared about a black man's mind?
Wait, so it's conservatives that hired you?
Oh yeah, I mean, I had a liberal client or two, but the majority, like over 90%, were old dudes with MAGA stickers and don't trend on my t-shirts. The type of guys that voted for Trump twice. I think there's a lack of experience that makes the kink more appealing, you know? Like the only reference they have for black people is what they see on TV. And what's on TV that looks like me?
This is just a matter of exploitation of the victim when put into the context of the rest of this. Yeah. He pretends to be doing investigative journalism. He does not, and pushing the anti-GW stuff. Yeah, it's like... That's a good way to put it, Karasu. He's pretending to do investigative journalism. Certainly not. Definitely not.
Hyperviolence and sexuality. So I'm paid to be the sex machine, the black man's revenge, feeding into the stereotypes of insatiable sexual appetites and desires.
Damn.
Facts. It had its perks though.
How so?
Well, it paid well, and making a Republican shout Black Lives Matter was kind of funny.
Imagine receiving the message, I want you to be my daddy, or some variation of that sentence. You firmly, but politely, turn down the proposition, only for them to become insistent. And I mean really insistent. So you block them and move on with your day. Later, you recount the story to your friends, expecting a shocked reaction, and for the most part you do, but you notice that there's one face who isn't laughing. That night, you get a message saying, yeah, bro, it's weird out there. You don't know the half of it. Unfortunately, the internet helps to facilitate these ideas, as users congregate in similar groups, subcultures are created over the shared interests. Sexual orientation doesn't matter. Our gender identity, well, let's just say some of these incels enjoy cosplaying as trans and call themselves goofy gooners, which is transphobic, misogynist, and always racist as hell. Let's not forget that. It ought be no surprise that inceldom is a neighboring country to communities such as the racialized forced feminization fetish, BNWO, and places that not even incognito on Chrome can save your soul from. These are the homes for human depravity, where hope of humanity goes to die, but simultaneously, a parade of self-exploration for folks that are denied maps to their souls by society. I do not begrudge the Guna.
Because again, he's nothing inherent to the... Yes, that's right, Karasu. This is disgusting, actually. This is so bad. This is such a bad video. Forbes for Foxnick gifted 20 tier 1 subscriptions. Hope you're able to get the treatment soon for year 2. Thank you. Wait, is it that visible? Oh my god, is it so visible? Also, thank you very much. Vobs Foxnick. I hope it's not visible. Is it? Is it visible on this stream? No, just read out the top. Where? Thank you. The risk I'm seeing is that the guy who for an interview wanted to denounce how he was used in the video, he'd have to out himself, which could be very dangerous. Not visible. Wait, we're at the top. Or where? I don't see. I don't know, Bar. Sorry. Yeah, please give the yes, that's right. Yes. I'm sorry. Yes, because I have problem. But I was afraid that it was super visible. It does not look good, so thankfully the camera manages to... I've actually got the dentist visit set up for the 23rd or the 24th. The sexologist is 24th or the 23rd. One of those days is the sexologist and one of those days is the dentist. Yeah. Thank you. And then I'll have the fixed teeth. Thank you so much. I'm also starting the secret project tomorrow. I got all the tools to do it.
The BBC addict or the bleeding heart liberal that hurls racial epithets when I don't show up in the way that they want me to.
Thank you for the tier 1. Thank you.
I blame squarely at these
Oh my
institutions
goodness.
that this channel is dedicated to
Everybody's
dismantling.
so generous today.
Much like my last video, Incels, the next video may start with the curious case of curry sets. As we went into the world of Indian anti-blackness,
I'm sorry, who? What? Indian anti-what? Wow.
assisted by talented creators, and enough trauma that'll make BetterHelp close down due to overwhelm.
Lucy returns and it's a happy day? Well, wait, have I been long for that long? Have I been gone for super long? I cannot be sad I cannot be sad all the time. I have to be
Overwhelming clientele capacity when they instead should be closing down for other reasons. I digress. You could imagine the places that this research took my incognito browser. My lord, I would have been being served unwanted ads and my data would have probably been leaked onto Kiwi if it wasn't for my favorite condom for my Chrome browser, NordVPN. The research for these videos take my computer
No. Okay, give me the clips. Give me the clips. Link me the clips. I don't care about. No, you don't care about that. Let's see the clips. I don't know. Are you? You're the agent. Can you check Somiostatic? Let's see if there's anything interesting.
treacherous territory.
Okay, if you've enjoyed this, press like, subscribe, bell, hit the thing. Really should skip them, but I don't know. There you go. Okay, Somiostatic is going to investigate.
Submission for men during sex can be like a way to escape the feeling of gendered pressure in their lives, maybe. And this is an empathetic take that they might not even deserve, right?
What? This might be an empathetic take they might not even deserve. What? This is so bad. This is so bad. Oh God. That might be a my legs fell asleep. This might be a take they don't even deserve. We're just gonna listen. Ouch, we're not gonna oh my God, my legs fell asleep. Don't judge me for my legs falling asleep. Oh come on, it happens to everybody. It does not just happen to me.
The way they're submitting by being more feminine says a lot.
Seeing race fetish play sounds a bit cringe to me, but I'm not convinced. It is always in harmless foreign says. It is right next to the inceldom seems a bit much.
About, how they think about women and how they think about femininity as like a weaker force, that it's like inherently prone to being dominated. Man, if I could just be a woman, then someone would want me, because then these black men would want to come dominate me.
What the? Why? This is projection. I'm sorry. Oh, sorry, you can barely hear. This is such projection. I have to check where the Discord is. I think I know. This is such projection, by the way.
As if that
Why is it so quiet?
is like
Oh, I think I get it now. Maybe I get it. Very quiet. How do I... Okay, basically, they say that being submissive is treating women as being inherently weak and bad, and that's what they like. If only they can be like women, then they will be wanted because black men will want to do it with. This is so bad. I don't know how to make it audible. I'm gonna try again.
I think submission for men during sex can be like a way to escape.
Okay, something's wrong. I have no clue how to make this audible. Oh, wait. Hold on. I think I know. Okay, I think I know. No, it's already here. Wait. It should be here.
I think submission.
Okay, I have no... I don't know how to... Yes, they're saying all the subs are bad. Okay, we're just gonna find a new video to react to. If you like this, then you know what to do. Any other wacky things that we could possibly react to? Has there been Sniper Wolf? What has Xanderhall been up to? Tanky's posting L's. Chang Huger in an embarrassing presidential bid. Do you want to watch Xanderhall? Press yes or no. If we want Xanderhall. Like, I guess there's an overlap between socially feminine and submissiveness. But I don't think that's necessarily related to submissive. In the kink way, like every kind of demographic wants domination, submission. I don't know. I don't think there's anything bad in wanting to be a bit vulnerable and, you know, led in a dynamic. I don't think that's bad. Why is it so villainized? Why is my lifestyle villain? I mean, oh my god. Goodness. Okay, let's just watch the tanky thing. Let's go. Let's continue.
Well, everybody, this is an interesting one. Finally, some good news to talk about here. How many of you guys are familiar with a guy named Jackson Hinkle? You see, the first time I ever heard about this guy, he was this, like, young 20-something, like, getting into politics, Democrat, like, I'm pretty sure he was, like, supposed to be, like, a supporter of, like, the Resistance Dems or something like that, and his whole thing was that he was, you know, just more liberal. And then he had a phase of being conservative and right-wing within, like, the same year, and then months later became a tanky. And then from there moved to being, like, a white nationalist, like, what's it called, Trump communists? Like, MAGA communists is what they call themselves
MAGA
now,
communists.
So he
Lucy's
just kind of
valid.
bounces around the political spectrum with all sorts of different titles and names and affiliations. But nowadays he goes by like MAGA communist, and he desperately tries to come off as this like
MAGA
cool
communist.
Zoomer,
Who?
like cigar
Wait, Has is trying to be a cool Zoomer?
smoking, Andrew Tate type tanky.
Wait, Has is trying to do that? No way. No way. That's not true. Did I tell you the story of how Xander Hall got mad at me in World of Warcraft? Oh, younger Has. I told you the story. Well, it's in some stream VOD. Don't worry, I got it caught on the stream VOD. Xander Hall getting mad at me in World of Warcraft. It's caught on 4K. I don't even know if I'm streaming in 4K. I don't even know. You stream in 720. Oh. How do we even change that? Same has the runner about space. What? Huh? Huh?
Dude, that's also a Trump supporter and a nationalist, an American nationalist. It's very, very, very bizarre. Yeah, he's very performative. He's like very much putting on a show. He's a massive grifter. But I've got some good news for you guys.
What are the good news?
17 hours ago, from Jackson Hinkle. YouTube has permanently banned my channel, The Dive with Jackson Hinkle, with 300,000 subscribers for alleged Ukraine misinformation.
Alleged.
Yes, that's out of the realm of possibility for Jackson Hinkle.
Alleged.
Please consider donating to my Give, Send, Go to support my reporting as I find my footing and look for new work. And then links a dono link. This gets 8.8 thousand likes.
I actually saw this. I saw this tweet. How sad.
There's lots of support from on Twitter and whatnot, because these people live on the internet. YouTube responds saying, first, make sure to fill out an appeal form. Here's how to do that. You should get an email with a decision once your appeal has been reviewed, so keep an eye on your inbox. He replies, please reinstate my channel. I will do the appeal. He is yet to be reinstated. There's a good chance that, frankly, he will be, considering YouTube's track record of actually penalizing rule-breaking channels, then going back on it, but not doing the same for false strikes. It's really bizarre.
Yeah.
But so far, he's raised $4,377.
Or warnings. My appeal has been rejected. I still have a permanent warning on my channel. For a 5-second joke. I have a permanent warning for a joke that was like, I'm gonna count the words on my hand. Oh, how did the joke even go? I'm not gonna say it out loud, in case the warning repeats. Okay. 6 words. There was 6 words. I appealed it. The appeal was rejected. The appeal was rejected. It was just rejected. I've got a permanent warning. For a joke. And I wasn't even the one making the joke. Oh, god damn it.
Of the 5,000 he set for the goal of on his fundraiser. So his fans are coming out in droves to support him, dropping thousands to in just less than 24 hours, like 2 days, to keep him going, you know? Once again, I need to remind you all that even among...
Please. Please drop thousands for me too. It was a bad time to make that kind of joke. I haven't gotten 1 cent. I'm not the one who made the joke. I'm innocent. It was made by a person who seems to be hated by YouTube, quite frankly, from what I'm observing lately. But that's a whole different topic. Person making the joke seems to be just hated by YouTube. Or I don't know what's going on. There's something really strange going on.
Grassroots support online, the right just has more money. They just do. Their
Please give me money.
audience just gives them a lot more money. They get a lot more sponsorships. They're more shameless about how they monetize. The money gives them power and more of a voice. And it's one of the big sort of legs up that they have over online left media. That's kind of been an ongoing issue.
That's true.
So he's already, like, reached his goal pretty much in less than 2 days. But he's definitely not getting reinstated. Now, I do want to throw us back for a minute, because while this story is funny, and I think it's cool, I want to throw us all back for a moment to possibly one of the funniest Jackson Hinkle tweets ever. Or I guess it would be not his tweet itself, but the interaction that happened.
Also, what did I want to say? I wanted to say something. Oh yeah, Xandra Hall to date has not had me on his stream to talk. Not good. And getting angry at me in World of Warcraft does not count as having me on stream, okay? That does not count. You can say whatever you want. That does not count as having me on.
The tweet. Who else remembers this one? Jackson Hinkle tweets, "Lies my parents told me when I was little. Santa is real. The Tooth Fairy leaves money under your pillow. The United States military is fighting wars to defend our country." And then Daniel Hinkle, Jackson Hinkle's dad, replies,
"What?
1. I'm Santa. You never complained when you got the gifts. 2. Yes, we were such assholes sneaking you money under your pillow. 3. Never once did your mother or I tell you the military is fighting wars to defend our country. That's a bold-faced lie on your part.
What the hell? Okay.
When your political propaganda narrative to support your alt-right propaganda grift gets called out by your own dad. Jesus Christ. Oh. Yeah, it's like the polar opposite of Vosh's dad owning right-wingers on Twitter. I never got the Vosh dad follow back before my Twitter got nuked. It's Jover for me. God. Yeah.
Well, you never followed me back, so whatever, Sandra Hall. Don't cry and pretend to be the victim here. I'm the victim here.
You know, Jackson Hinkle and Haas Infrared were like best friends, but didn't they recently have a falling out? Maybe I have my lore like off right now, but didn't Jackson Hinkle and Haas have like a big falling out recently?
Maybe.
They were like best boys, I remember.
Best boys.
Dude, the craziest event that I've ever witnessed in my time as a political commentator has to be when Jackson Hinkle's best buddy Haas tried to fight Dylan at DebateCon.
What?
In Texas. I was there in the room when that happened.
What?
This is Jackson Hinkle's buddy that they smoke cigars together and talk about.
What? What? Huh? Huh?
How great MAGA communism is.
So the thing is, I can care about one thing and one thing only here, and that's the consent of the governed. And as a
I was in the room for this, by the way, guys.
patriotic.
What is about to happen here?
That's based on philosophy. You don't want to talk about Hobbes or Carl Schmitt, then don't talk about abstract philosophical principles.
My God.
Like the consent of the government.
Just keep fucking going.
I contest your foundational political philosophy. You're trying to impose a state. If you don't care, then don't fucking debate.
Well, then don't
Simple
talk to
as
me.
that.
If you don't want to talk to me, if you don't think it's
If you want to run from the debate,
walk out the room. Walk away.
you can walk
away.
out because I'm talking about what I want to talk about.
It's my turn.
I don't care. I don't care.
It's my
I
turn
don't
to
care.
talk.
Dude, you better believe I had the biggest shit-eating grin on my face, sitting in that room watching this go down. I was so ready to see.
Jesus, Underhall. Oh my god. Son plays the best clips. Dylan has gained a lot of patience. I will say that much. You not up on the Dylan lore? I guess not. Need a pumpkin emote for. Well, he became a bit more patient now, it feels.
Haas with like 4 ring-shaped marks on his forehead. Oh my god. I thought we were like seconds away from Dylan just breaking Haas's jaw at one point, and I was just
Wait, sorry, what?
It would have been just breaking. Oh my god. Ring-shaped marks on his forehead.
The breaking jaw.
Oh my god. I thought
Haas was constantly challenging Dylan to box. And Dylan actually used to be a box. Wait, Dylan used to be a box. Oh, wait, what? Dylan used to be a box?
we were like seconds away from Dylan just breaking Haas's jaw at one point, and I was just, it would have been amazing to see, but I wouldn't want Dylan to face the consequences.
Okay, then show us. Boxing is somewhat popular within the state of Maryland, at least from my perspective, doesn't surprise me. It's Maryland. Is Maryland a nice place? Write in the chat if Maryland is a nice place or a not nice place. Hey, Dylan used to box. No? It's not? I don't know. I don't know how Maryland is. How would I know how Maryland is? Come on, please. Yes, we have trans protection and it's charismatic. Oh, it has. It's a trans-friendly place, isn't it? I don't live in Maryland, so listen to Moose. Some new static. Come on. The broken jaw comment also comes from Dylan wearing a bunch of rings, and rings can cause a lot of damage when punching. Oh, Jesus. Jesus.
Consequences for it. If he could have done it consequenceless, then that would have been amazing. Like, Dylan's decked out in rings on every finger right now. This is not a man you want to try to physically intimidate in a fight. Or into a fight.
I don't care. I don't care. Then walk.
Oh my goodness. Depends on where in Maryland can be nice. I see.
Out!
My God, you yell a lot for a guy who's dodging a boxing match.
I'm dodging the fucking boxing match.
Yes, you are.
Really? So you
Oh! Okay, now it's...
Yell a lot for a guy who's dodging a boxing.
Fight.
I don't care. I don't care. Then walk out!
My God, you yell a lot for a guy who's dodging a boxing match.
I'm dodging the fucking boxing match.
Yes, you are.
Really? So you want me to dedicate 6 months of my time at the expense of my streaming career to train for fucking boxing?
Wait.
That is such a pathetic comment. You need 6 months? You need 6 months to train? And you would have to compromise your career to do it? Oh my gosh.
You challenged Vosh and said since he didn't accept
No,
it,
I didn't.
pussy.
Actually,
You did.
actually,
got the
I did
Vosh.
not. No, no, no.
You fucking coward.
Oh, really, really?
You
Look at this
coward.
fucking liar. This fucking liar
Oh,
going
yeah.
on record
You're a
saying I
coward.
challenged Vosh.
Yes, you did. You called him a pussy for not
Hey,
accepting
hey,
it.
no, I didn't. Yes.
I think this started as a debate on Taiwan.
First of all,
A debate on I swear, nowadays Dylan is so much more patient with people. I almost don't recognize him here. What a wild, wild Dylan, full of energy. So full of energy. So energetic. More is
someone came in my fucking chat and asked me. Someone came in my chat and asked me, "Would you fight Vosh for a prize money of $50,000 or $80,000?" Fuck yeah, I would.
Then you challenge Bad Empanada.
That would cover.
Wait, he challenged Bad Empanada to a boxing match. No, that's just pathetic. I'm sorry. That's just so sad. Medicare for all. Well said. Bad Empanada.
All of the streaming, all of.
Oh my god, the amount of money I would pay to watch Bad Empanada and Haas fight in real.
That's fair. That's actually fair. He does live in Argentina. Xander Hall has a point. I think.
Life. Oh my god, I would spend. Oh my lord, the amount I would spend on a ticket.
That's true. I wouldn't spend money on the ticket because I probably couldn't afford it, but fair point.
See that. Holy shit. That's the fight of the goddamn century that I want to see. The Kremlin Gremlin versus, like, that neurotic psycho. Oh my god, it would be amazing.
Oh my god. We've stumbled upon a funny video.
Of the fucking yearly cost, I could sacrifice my streaming career to fucking do that. So of course I'm gonna accept that. Furthermore, you're a fucking nobody, and Vosh has some clout. So there's something there to gain from that.
I'm bigger than you.
You're bigger than Vosh?
I'm bigger than you.
How long have you been?
Wait, what? The what? Sorry, what? What did you? What? Who's that nobody? No, oh, my dad's stronger than your dad. Wait, he said that? When?
Been clout. So there's something there to gain from that.
When?
You're bigger than Vosh?
I'm bigger than you.
How long have you been in the scene? You
But
got
I'm
your
so big
shit.
that you- how can you call
You
me
got,
nobody
you
when I'm bigger
got,
than
Wait, when did he say that?
you're a fucking nobody. And
Oh, you're nobody. I heard that.
Vosh, I could sacrifice
Neurotic psycho. Oh my god, it would be amazing.
of the fucking yearly cost. I could sacrifice my streaming career to fucking do that. So of course I'm gonna accept that. Furthermore, you're a fucking nobody, and Vosh has some clout. So there's something there to gain from that.
I'm bigger than you.
You're bigger than Vosh?
I'm bigger than you.
How long have you been in the scene? You
But
got
I'm
your
so big
shit.
that you- how can you call me nobody when I'm bigger than you?
You got all your fucking clout from the November election. I'm rapidly rising, average 600 views. I see your viewership when I'm live.
Wait, hold
Does
on.
infrared even like.
I wanna see. Let's do some. Actually, let's do some research. Let's do some research. Infrared. Does he even have a channel? Is that his channel? Is that his channel? Is Infrared has channel? Is that his? Let me see.
I wasn't home and that I was physically inconvenienced. It was a disgusting, dishonest there and claimed an excuse. See that day I wasn't home and that.
So let's recap. Haz is rapidly rising while Dylan is a nobody. So let's see. 28,000 subscribers. Huh. Interesting. 20.6. But it's a new channel that was basically done for the Ukraine. Let's see something else. Oh! Oh, wait. Oh, wait. Oh, no. Oh, what's this? 73.8 thousand subscribers. Oh. That's gotta hurt. What was Haz's number again?
Jay Dyer.
Oh. Ay, ay, ay. Who was the nobody again? Who's the nobody again? Who's the nobody again? I forget. So one of these people was supposed to be the nobody. But I forget who.
Like, stream anymore? All these figures that blow up in like a month and then are nobody a year later, and nobody even knows who they are a year later. You got
Everybody knows who I am, okay? Even a year later. Don't pretend. You know who I am. I'm not coping. I'm not. Quiet. Be quiet.
band, yeah.
Not
they
another word.
Always talk like a big game about how they've got such a bright future because of how fast they're growing, but 99% of the time, if you blow up and your channel just like explodes out of nowhere in a very short period of time, you're likely to have no staying power.
Oh.
That's almost always the case. Look at Drew.
Okay, that means I have super staying power because I grow super slow. So that must mean that my staying power is like super, uber, mega, extra.
Dream, who's now like basically a shadow of his former self, who exploded and blew up in a year, and 2 years later he's like a fraction of who he was. Look at Ninja. Figures that just explode out of nowhere have so little staying power.
True, unlike me.
So little
I stay
staying
forever.
power in the grand scheme of things. They very, very rarely are going to keep the same amount of prominence
True.
they blew up to. Generally, it's the YouTubers who take a really
Slow and steady. I'm slow and steady growing in various areas. Look at every Destiny or better, that's fair.
long time to grow over the course of like long periods that keep their audience longer. A good example of this is Mr. Beast.
Not Mr. Beast. Not Mr. Beast. It's me. I'm growing slower over a long period of time. That's me. It's me. Should have said Lucy has a...
Beast has only started growing quickly in the very recent very recently in the grand scheme of his channel. For a long time, like a decade, he uploaded
Put a lot more from your content from other perspectives than others. I mean, you stream crazy long hours. True dedication. Thank you. Although recently I had to cut short a lot of my streams.
and was under 1 million subs. And then it took him half a decade, which is still a good amount of time, to be clear, but he refined his craft and he grew his audience. And there are still OG Mr. Beast viewers that watch him to this day. And he's been the biggest YouTuber on YouTube for years and is showing no signs of slowing down. His growth wasn't just overnight. He came out of nowhere and blew up. He slowly, deliberately learned the platform and built his audience, an audience that stayed loyal to him enough that he was able to build it into what he is now. Flash in the pan content creators like this just don't end up anywhere in the in the long term. And it's always funny to look back at them talking a big game about how big they are. He's been around at least 8+ years. He's super old in YouTube terms. Who? Zan, do you think Mr. Beast has more staying power than even PewDiePie in the long term? Yes. Yeah, 100%. Guys.
Probably, yeah. I would agree with that. Mr. Beast probably has more staying power than PewDiePie. That's perfectly understandable. With streaming long hours is undoubtedly tiring. It's healthy and important to take breaks.
My mom knows him. My mom asked me who Mr. Beast was because I mentioned him before as a YouTuber, and she started seeing Beast Burger come up on ordered delivery apps and started seeing Feastables by Mr. Beast in the candy aisle at grocery stores. Like, yeah, no, Mr. Beast has more staying power than PewDiePie.
You don't have more fucking views than me. I already fucking outpaced you, Dylan, and I've been here less time than you have.
We've already fact-checked that claim, so I don't think we have to revisit that one. I have outpaced you. I have outpaced you, Dylan. I have outpaced you. I have outpaced you. I have outpaced you.
What happened to the infrared showdown?
What happened to the showdown is that I came to LA
out of business
for a month.
In 1 month.
Oh yeah. I went to LA. I went to LA for a month. I went to LA for a month and got COVID. That's
How can you
what
be so
happened.
manly online and be such a coward?
How am I a coward?
You're a coward because you go out like you're a big, strong.
I am. You want to fucking test me outside?
You really gonna threaten me right now?
You must.
You wanna test me? This is too much. Right. Oh my god, so static. Howard Haas versus Chad Dillon. True. True.
You can't imagine the grin on my face, just the big shit-eating smile.
No.
Ear to ear I had watching this go down. I was so ready to watch Dylan just murder this man with his hand.
Oh. How violent. How violent. Well.
Hands. I was so fucking ready, dude.
He made one of those humiliation fetishes. He has to step on get defeated by Dylan May. No.
Dude, I was in the room. I was there to see it. I was ready to watch it happen. Oh yeah, no, Haas, I don't know if Haas is shorter than Destiny. Okay? When I saw Haas in person, I actually couldn't believe. I didn't see Haas. When I saw the top of Haas's head from a distance in person, I couldn't believe that that was him, and I was seeing him in real life, and that's how big he was. That he's just like a little guy. Like, Destiny and Haas, like, did...
What an interesting development. What an interesting development. What do you all think? I'm just gonna. Reality contact.
Like the height measuring thing at that event, and Destiny's like an inch and a half, 2 inches taller than Haas. He's a small guy. Dylan's quite a bit taller than Haas. Dylan would have just been able to like bang him on the head with like a sideways fist and knock him out.
I'm saying you want to ask if I'm a big man, or then go ahead and test me outside.
You really want to go outside and fight me right now?
You can test me. You're free to test my man. You're free to test my.
I love the way that Dylan said it, not in like a I don't want to, really, you want to do this right now, but more in a, are you sure you want to do that, buddy? Are you sure you want to go outside and fight me right now in the hotel parking lot? Are you really sure that's a fight you think you'd win and you'd make it out of?
I'm sorry. I apologize. Just
Well, that was...
Just forgot we're gonna watch it again.
When I saw Haas in person, I
just for that we're gonna watch it again.
Actually couldn't believe... I didn't see Haas. When I saw the top of Haas's head from a distance in person, I couldn't believe that that was him, and I was seeing him in real life, and that's how big he was. That he's just like a little guy. Like Destiny and Haas like did like the height measuring thing at that event, and Destiny's like an inch and a half, 2 inches taller than Haas. He's a small guy. Dylan's quite a bit taller than Haas. Dylan would have just been able to like bang him on the head with like a sideways fist and knock him out.
I'm saying you want to ask if I'm a big man, or then go ahead and test me outside.
You really want to go outside and fight me right now?
You can test me. You're free to test my man. You're free to test my.
I love the way that Dylan said it, not in like a I don't want to, really, you want to do this right now, but more in a, are you sure you want to do that, buddy? Are you sure you want to go outside and fight me right now in the hotel parking lot? Are you really sure that's a fight you think you'd win and you'd make it out of? Well, that wasn't a, I don't want to, really, you're asking that. That was a, are you sure? Really? Are you sure? That's how I picked it up, and that's what it should be.
My man, Dylan. Don't assume that a fucking boxing match with rules. Hey, don't assume a fucking boxing match with rules is gonna be the same as a street fighter.
You know what happened?
Then test me. Then test me.
They all got obliterated. They all went away. Okay. The problem is, Infrared. You asked me. Here was all the conditions. You said first we're gonna. Okay, it's Michigan. It's Detroit. It's gonna be at this gym. It's gonna be 10 rounds. And I mean every single one of the things you asked me for that boxing match.
No, it's not.
And then
you asked me. Hold on.
I know how to defend myself.
I have the DMs.
And now you're coward. Go get them.
I have the.
Yeah, I challenge you. You challenge everyone else.
I have the DMs.
Get them.
Can we go back to the topic?
I have the DMs.
Can we go back to the topic?
Here's Dylan. So here's what happened. Actually, here's what happened. It was 3 a.m. my time in LA. This psychopath, coping loser, he's up at 6 a.m. all night. He's seething about me, thinking about me. What? I was banned on Twitch. I forgot.
What? What? Seething about me? Oh my goodness.
Who this fucking guy was. He DMs me. He goes, what a weirdo. He goes, look at this. I'm scrolling through it. He says, let's have a boxing match. I'll do. I'm with my boy Jackson on his roof smoking a cigar. I get this fucking.
Oh, hey, we got the Jackson Hinkle name drop. It comes all around. Of course, he's like, I was sitting on my roof with Jackson Hinkle smoking a cigar. These guys are all pathetic grifters, desperate to put up like a very particular kind of branding character they play. At this point, it's pretty obvious that Infrared is a character, and he's a grifter just trying to like make money off of the very, very low IQ and impressionable tanky sphere online that'll literally just listen and pay money to anybody who says a bunch of like tanky buzzwords incoherently and loudly for hours on end and talks about how awful America is. Yeah, he's basically like tanky Andrew Tate.
DM, let's have a boxing match. It'll be fun.
And then you
3
start,
a.m.
and then you
Then I said, okay, need 1 month minimum for training and promotion.
So you agree?
That's reasonable.
You agree?
You're right. But nobody told me you had experience.
Wait, so the problem is you.
Nobody told me. Nobody warned me. Nobody tried to tell me anything. You had experience. Nobody even warned me about you. Nobody gave me any fourth warning. Oh, gee. This is Oh.
Listen, hold on. If you don't recognize that boxing.
God, that was so fun to be in the room to witness, dude. I'm so glad I was there. I'm so glad.
I wish I was there. Now I wish I was there. Nobody told me you had experience.
Glad I was there. That was like the highlight of that entire Texas trip.
Boxing is about experience, you're a fucking idiot. Boxing is all about experience.
That works.
It's not a street fight. It's not a fucking street fight. It's not
Let's do
something.
MMA then.
It's not just something.
Let's do MMA then.
MMA is not a street fight either.
So literally, you're just saying let's go.
The whole room laughed at them. This is so good.
Go into an alleyway and fight. Would you know I can't?
If you want, no, I'm saying if you want to test my manhood, that's on you.
Well, I just think you're a coward and you back.
Like what Haas is doing here is demanding that Dylan fight him in a way that there's no way Dylan's gonna lose. It like everybody and Haas and Dylan knows that Dylan would win very handily. Like it'd be surprising, like even without experience, like alone, like just if they were both completely inexperienced, Dylan's literal height and
Manhood inspection. I see what's happening here. Okay, let's just continue.
size and weight advantage over Haas. Also, Dylan has long arms, too. I don't think Haas would be able to get a single...
Long arms? Are my arms long?
swing out to land on Dylan anywhere other than maybe the stomach or the leg or like the chest, and all it would take would be one punch or two from Dylan to knock his ass out. And at that point, Dylan's committed a crime. You can't do mutual combat in the street. It's not legal. So all it takes is for him to agree to this, win, and now Dylan's committed a crime. And that's basically the thing that he's trying to bait him into. Either Dylan won't street fight him because he's a coward, but Dylan's not letting him take that route by saying, let's just box. Let's just do a proper boxing match or MMA. Why does it have to be a street fight? You know that's illegal. No one's falling for your, like, attempt to try to make me look a coward for not wanting to go to prison for beating your ass in the street. Let's do a boxing match where we sign legal waivers and there's liability. It was really funny. It was really funny to witness.
Backed out of it because then you learn to know how to defend myself.
Why are you worth it to me?
Because you go around, you challenge all these people.
To
right?
what?
You challenge Bana Banana, for example. You challenge. You said you go to Argentina.
Yeah.
Then I say I'll go to your city, your gym, your community.
Yeah. Because I was willing to go there for him because I hate the guy that much.
Yeah. And you accept my boxing.
So it's worth it to me.
Out.
So somehow it's worth it to me.
You dodged it because you're a coward.
So let's continue.
You're not a real
let's
man.
Continue.
You just flex on the internet.
Let's continue. Let's just move on. Let's continue. Moving on. Jokes aside, who would win the match, you think? Dylan? Of course Dylan would win. Don't even ask. I'm gonna make myself full screen for this. How can you even ask me that? That's not good. It's not a good question. I expect good questions from the chat. Not one hit KO, probably. Haz would pass out from a glance.
Go ahead.
God, I was so hoping for Dylan to just lay the smack down, but I'm glad he didn't. He would have gone to jail. Did you hear about how Haas agreed to street fight with a Twitter user, goes to that fight, and then called the cops to arrest that guy who actually showed up? I'm friends with that Twitter user, you know that, right? Like, that Twitter user is literally one of my good friends, Ellen DeGenerate. Yeah, basically, Ellen DeGenerate trolled Haas.
Ellen DeGenerate? Ellen? I'm sorry, I forgot. You like watching me on big screen, don't you? Don't you like seeing me on the big screen?
Haas said, yeah, meet me at this park. We'll fight. Yeah, let's street fight. Haas went there, took several photos, and posted it on Twitter saying, where are you? And Ellen DeGenerate just replied, lol. Yeah, that was a friend of mine who did that. Yeah, that was pretty good. That was pretty good. I forgot all about that. Thank you for reminding me. That's pretty good.
Ellen?
Old but relevant?
You're so dastardly. Ellen's a he, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, here it is. This is the hotel where the debate con was.
There we go.
Literally no difference.
Destiny's taller.
Decide.
Destiny's very obviously taller.
I do need a folder fan.
Like, and not only
I'm
that,
using notebooks.
Destiny slouches literally always. Like, when you meet, you don't realize it until you've seen him in person, but he slouches at all times, and so he'd be a little taller if he had a better posture, and he's still taller than Haas, who actually has better posture than Destiny. Like, look, Haas's posture's good. Destiny's, like, got permanent gamer neck.
Back.
Yeah. Okay.
Literally the same.
Nope.
Okay.
Are we good?
Yeah, I think you're good.
Nope, Destiny's very clearly taller.
Literally the same. Literally the same.
This is so sad and pathetic. What a pathetic exercise. I don't care who's taller. I don't care who's... What? I'm gonna go to sleep. See you next stream. See you, fake Alico Parker. He wants it to be so true.
Yeah, chat saying Destiny's taller, and some people in chat that are trying to cope and say same height, and the rest are saying Destiny's taller, LMFAO.
Shoes were off, guys.
Shoes were off.
This has got to be the most genuinely I've ever seen Destiny smile in my life. I don't think I've actually ever seen him smile this. He looks like a different person. Like, doesn't he look like a different person when he's smiling like this? Because usually he's got kind of... Destiny's got resting bitch face. I'm sorry, but he does. When he's sitting in a completely, like, neutral, like, state, he just looks miserable. He really does. He looks like his mom just said he can't have tendies tonight.
Aww.
And so when he smiles like this, it completely changes the face, like the shape of his face, and he looks like a different person. I don't know. He doesn't smile much, so it looks weird. Yeah. Happy Destiny is the only good Destiny, true. That reminds me of all the memes on the subreddits about Vosh Destiny forever or 5ever. I forget which number it is. That's coping and upset about the bridge burn.
This video was called Tankies Posting L's. But in reality, it just turned into a video about Dylan.
Between Vosh and Destiny still. He's a Vosh and Destiny shipper that's become like... He or she, we'll use they. That's become like a celebrity in both communities for how dedicated they are to the bit. I hope it's a bit, but it might not be a bit. It might be an unironic, extremely parasocial fan of both channels. They have like multiple accounts too. Like I think they have a Twitter, a Reddit, like a fucking IMDb. I told them that friendship starts with just the tip and they liked my reply.
So we did check up on Xander Hall. Now we're gonna check up on our good friend, okay? I've not seen any of his videos in a long time. And you know that we have a really good... we have a really good professional relationship. So I will gladly check what he is up to. Like, we have a really good, solid... It is chat logic. Somniostatic knows me well. Somniostatic knows me well. It is, in fact, chat logic. Let's go. Somniostatic knows me well.
I cannot believe I have.
I cannot believe. I cannot believe. I cannot believe. Let's see if there's anything interesting. TikToker white thing himself over the worst false allegations yet. Sounds boring. Jack Films makes entire channel to hate on Sniper Wolf. She doxes his boring. Hassan cries during leftovers, then gets dunked by Ethan. We could watch this. Let's do it. Ethan explodes at Froggen over insane Twitter takes. Friendship ended. Okay. Which are we choosing? Hassan cries. Ethan explodes. Which one? Choose. I'm gonna allow the audience to choose. Choose your destiny. I'm gonna make myself full screen because you like it when I do it. Both are Ethan. Both are Ethan videos. Come on. They're both Ethan videos. No? Both are Ethan videos. The Hassan is also an Ethan video. So if you say Ethan, I have no idea which one. Okay, Ethan explodes.
But there's now clips that have been circulating on Twitter that I've seen where they've clipped him completely out of context. Some of this response to Ethan is because he's Jewish. I'm telling you, some of this is rooted in anti-Semitism. Ethan Klein is Jewish. He probably supports the IDF.
All I did was unfollow you on Twitter. You want to make a big deal about it? I've only ever heard you talk about me supporting Palestine. Are you dumb? Like, how dare you even say that? You
True.
scumbag.
But it's quite clear where any sort of critical thinking might be. She's just replaced it purely with ideology. This is absolutely unbearable to watch someone who is clearly so low IQ.
What amazing music. DK Media has outdone himself. Amazing. Amazing music. According to CNN, the Czech English accent is the fourth most seductive, attractive. Wait, where's Polish? Come on, let's go. Polish. CNN world's most active accents. Sexiest accents, Paul. 13 Argentine, 12 Thai, 11 Trinidad, 10 Brazilian Portuguese, 9 US Southern, 8 Scottish, 7 Irish, 6 Nigerian, 5 Queens English, 4 Czech, 3 Spanish, French. I'm not even... Oh, I don't like this, Paul. It sucks. It sucks. My girlfriend is Czech. I'm not even listed in there. I'm not going to forgive this. I'm not going to forgive this affront.
We've now got a bit of drama to get into. We've now got... No more!
Oh, Chad Logic is doing drama. How unexpected.
We're getting into the main event now.
How novel. What is this? What the hell? bits. Let's see how much Chad Logic's making. Chad Logic's not doing very good.
We'll get into the main thing I wanted to talk about. We've got some drama spinning off of this, which I think is going to be very interesting to have a look at. And this drama is likely to continue into tomorrow as well, as I believe that Leftovers is recording later, which is obviously the podcast between Ethan and Hassan. And one of the parties involved is associated somewhat with Hassan, I would argue. So Frogan is a Twitch streamer who is like kind of like a Hassan orbiter. I remember at TwitchCon, they were knocking about with all the kind of leftoid streamers, to put it simply, right? And she had a interesting take originally on what was going on, which is central to this whole drama. Leftists preach and foam at the mouth at the thought of a revolution happening in America, but as soon as it happens in the Middle East, what they're doing is wrong.
Wait, that's an interesting take according to Chad Logic. That's an interesting... I want to hear why Chad Logic thinks that's an interesting take. I want to hear the logic of Chad Logic.
So this statement was made in response to, what we now see as an insane atrocity, terrorist atrocity. And I think even early on, the signs were there that this wasn't just some sort of active revolution or targeting military targets. This was a terrorist attack against civilians. And even early indications made that quite clear.
I mean, okay, that's okay.
Yeah. So, people want to play this game where they act like, oh, well, actually, I've thought about it and, turns out there's a bunch of terrorism happening. The earliest reports that were coming out were very clearly indicating that this was some sort of terrorist atrocity. We just didn't quite know the scale of what had happened yet. And obviously now we know the scale. It's even...
Wait, excuse me? Has Chad Logic been under a rock?
Worse when you look at some of these takes. But even at the time, the fact that someone would call this like a revolution, when it is literally, Islamist terrorists slaughtering people, innocent civilians, is crazy.
Yeah.
And then obviously civilian deaths, okay, still, where was this energy for Palestinians all these years? And then they share one of those kind of simplified graphs that you see where it's like, oh, look how simple this all is. Let me just show you a graph to demonstrate it. Not really that interested in this conversation, but...
I can clearly see that you're not really... Okay, I'm just gonna say it. It's not that you're not interested. You're not equipped to talk about it. You wouldn't be able to talk about it even if you wanted. Oh, I'm just not interested in talking about it, you guys. You just don't know anything about it. You just don't know anything. Even if you cared, you wouldn't know anything about it. I'm just not interested. It's not like I don't know nothing. I swear, you guys, I just not interested. No. You're just clueless.
More so the fact that Frogan, for some reason, felt the need to come out and claim that there was some sort of revolution happening, and it was a good thing. Anyway, then this happened. The face of one of your favourite content creators unfollows for being pro-Palestine. And what's so funny about this is this person apparently is so wedded to their conviction until, like, there's some clout to be lost. Until there's some fucking clout to be lost. And then all of a sudden, oh, wait, my favourite... They unfollowed me because I was pro-Palestine. What the hell? Also, I don't think it's because you're pro-Palestine that they unfollowed you. It's probably because you immediately went to try and downplay the act of insane terrorism that had occurred. So anyway, Frogan was not happy. And the person they're talking about, we now know, obviously, is Ethan Klein. Okay. Now... I'll just say this, because I'm not going to watch his original video on stream.
Can't take the ads, have my money.
Thank you, Tomato Brew, for the sub. Ethan Klein did a segment on all this, and Ethan Klein made it explicitly clear that he is against, like, the Israeli state, he's against the Israeli government. He criticised Netanyahu repeatedly. He talked about how awful and terrible the situation in Gaza is. He spoke out against the settlements. He was about as critical as you could possibly imagine of, like, Israeli state policy and what they've been doing. Right? He was explicitly critical of it numerous times throughout this video. Right?
Right.
At the same time as making these criticisms, he was also critical of the online left. And
pro-Palestine is not pro-Hamas. True. Cherry's being an idiot once again, as always.
He was critical of the people who were like foaming at the mouth at the thought of dead Israeli civilians. And he was pointing out, you know, just how despicable these people were and how horrendous it was.
I'm not even surprised by this, Karasu, to be honest.
Thank you very much for the sub. And it was a great segment, and I'd recommend that you go and watch that in full. But there's now clips that have been circulating on Twitter that I've seen, where they've clipped him completely out of context, and it sounds like he's just saying that Americans should be slaughtered. The point he's making is, if you, as an American, are cheering this on, how is that any different to like people from Iraq coming over to America and just slaughtering you and your family in your neighborhood and it being cheered on because you're the bad guys in that situation? You know, he's kind of pointing out how insane it is. Obviously, funnily enough, we have seen these takes where people are like, oh yeah, if the Native Americans came for me, I'd just sit back and take it and get murdered happily, because people are just absolute virtue signaling retards on Twitter. And, you know, having no skin in the game makes it easy to say these things without actually committing to it or, you know, going through that.
Very good.
And my thought process is, with that is like, okay, well, do it then. You could do it right now. If you think you're a settler on stolen land and you're doing something wrong, you could sort that issue out right now, couldn't you? If you know what I mean, right? But these people don't do that. They just sit on Twitter and act like they be there, getting bayoneted by some fucking savage, happily, because they're a settler on stolen land. It's total delusional bullshit.
I'm sorry, what did you just say? Some savage? Huh? Okay. I see that Chud Logic is fully informed. I mean, as someone who is from Maryland, can sort of grasp some of the thicker southern accents. That's that I can perfectly understand why people wouldn't like it. Wait, Maryland has southern accent? Maryland has southern how much do you want me to rewind? How long do you want me to rewind?
Right? But something wrong. You could sort that issue out right now, couldn't you? If you know what I mean, right? But these people don't do that. They just sit on Twitter and act like they be there, getting bayoneted by some fucking savage, happily, because they're a settler on stolen land. It's
getting bayoneted by some savage. Getting bayoneted by some savage. Excellent. Excellent.
Total delusional bullshit these people are engaging in. Anyway, very frustrating to see.
I see.
In fact, I'll just give you a quick example of that, because this one was doing the rounds a couple of days ago. Anyway, the basic point is there's a bunch of people who were unironically agreeing with this idea that, oh yeah, if Native Americans rose up and wanted to kill me, I'd willingly accept it. Not only is that an insane virtue signaling position to have that you never hold, right? Also, it's kind of racist, because you're acting like indigenous people are just savages that want to fucking slaughter you, which isn't true. Most indigenous people in America do not want to rise up and slaughter.
You just used the word savage yourself. You just said that people would happily be bayoneted by some savage. What the? What the? Okay.
To whites, you know, they just want the, you know, historic agreements recognized or whatever the stuff that they want is, right? But this idea that they're going to come round with a fucking tomahawk and fucking scalp you, unbelievable. Anyway, very stupid takes. Ethan Klein was incredibly based. Oh, she apologized. Lots of egg on people's face. I'm loving this. Oh, this is so brilliant. I'm loving the fact that so many people are showing themselves and are now having to, like, apologize for saying the most insane, unhinged thing you ever heard. Said something stupid. I was careless in my phrasing and apparently came off as buying into something I was trying to criticize. Okay. Unlucky. Get that egg off your face. Gobble that egg down. Okay, let's not get to. Anyway.
Egg?
So anyway, this was about Ethan Klein. So Ethan Klein unfollowed Frogan because Frogan was saying unhinged things. I've shown you one example. There's tons of examples of Frogan just completely downplaying and minimizing the actions of Hamas to, create this criticism of Israel. And this gives you an idea of the kind of mentality that we're engaging with. Lady, please, there is a massive difference between being pro-Palestine and pro-Hamas.
Yes.
What's it like being brain dead? I mean,
there is a big difference.
It's obviously difficult to know 100% what they're trying to say here because it's just one sentence. But yeah, you probably want to be a bit clearer in your communication. I know it's Twitter, but like, sounds like you're disagreeing with the idea that you can separate these two entities. But what do I know? Anyway,
these slurs are just slurs that believe that slur all went to the.
Anyway, there's also other criticisms of Frogan that have come in, which I think are worth thinking about. Like, for example, she literally cried on stream because Mizkif kind of backhandedly insulted her over her winning some award or something like that. Very funny stuff, very entertaining, good content.
What?
But nonetheless, let's try and focus on what's important. So anyway, this is Frogan's perspective.
I have no idea what that means
Ethan,
when
funnily
Chud
enough,
Logic says
actually
it.
responded to this.
When Chud Logic says, let's focus on what's important, I have no clue what he means. I genuinely have no clue what he's talking about when he talks about focusing on what's important.
Because Frogan put a bunch of messages into Discord about this too. Ethan Klein unfollowed Frogan. Ethan Klein unfollowed me, Lamau. Why am I sad? Ethan, I'll support the IDF, refollow me. Ethan probably was like, this damn Arab supports Hamas. What's funny about this for me is this is a pretty clear indication that Frogan has not actually watched Ethan Klein's content about this whatsoever, because Ethan Klein would probably agree with the overall criticism of Israel and the IDF and whatnot, but Ethan's problem is the fact that lefties are celebrating and cheering on civilians getting slaughtered. That's Ethan's whole point with this,
Okay.
He agrees, Israel bad, Israel terrible. He decries what happens in Gaza. He was tearing Netanyahu to shreds on his stream and talking about how terrible he is. But for some reason, because these people refuse to denounce Hamas, Ethan obviously is critical of that and is saying you're cheering on terrorism, and I doubt you would cheer it on if it happened in your neighborhood, to put it, in fairly simple terms. But it's so funny to me that this Frogan person, is has such a lack of committal to her principles on this, that she freaks out because a big creator unfollowed them on Twitter. Who cares? He's a fucking Twitter follow. What does it matter?
Damn. Chud Logic is so desperate for content, isn't he? That he's treating this as big
But
content.
yeah, she's obviously, I think, since issued out a clarification
This
where
is
she's been
so
critical of
sad.
the deaths, and she's sort of trying to act like, oh, well,
This is so
surely
pathetic.
you would have thought that I was criticizing all the deaths that are happening.
Leave it to Chud Logic to turn the most important topic right now into some pathetic drama thing. Leave it. It takes a talent. It takes a talent to take a really, really serious topic and turn it into something like this.
It's like, no, you called it a revolution. You called it a revolution when it first happened. Like, can we stop being dishonest
Amazing.
about what's going on here? Anyway, Frogan is obviously very upset about the fact
Leave
that
it
Ethan
to
has
Chud
unfollowed.
Logic.
And then, thankfully, Ethan posted this as well.
What a
That
talented
post about
talent.
the revolution. People are talking about me unfollowing Frogan, so I'll explain why, since she wants to talk about it. Murdering children and burning families alive in their safe houses is not a revolution, it's a massacre. And if you think that's what a revolution is supposed to look like, I'm terrified for your idea of an American revolution.
Welcome to Chud Nation. All it took
No,
was a little clout
no
taken away
Chud
for this
Nation.
person to backtrack a bit.
Well, this is what I'm saying about this whole thing. All the people that have done this, to me, are stained. Because how can you be sure that they're not just backtracking because they're worried about backlash, or in this case, getting unfollowed on Twitter, right? How can you be sure that their new expression of sentiment is true when it's in response to heavy criticism, and in this case, getting unfollowed on Twitter? Like, to me, it doesn't come across as like a genuine expression of,
Okay.
oh yeah, I really messed up. It's like, oh, I'm in trouble in some way. Quickly, get a statement out and condemn it a bit. Like, that'll do.
I'm really sure that Chud Logic cares deeply about the statement being genuine or not. Oh wow, of course, Chud Logic cares about that, if it's genuine or not. He's deeply very invested
Because
in...
I can look. I understand
No, he's
there are some
not.
hardline pro-Israel shills that are like completely supportive of leveling Gaza, right? That's insane, right? And I can understand antagonism towards people that think, you know, endless civilian death of Palestinians is the correct answer, right? But Ethan Klein is not one of those people. Ethan Klein has issued out very specific, clear criticisms of Israel. Very clear criticisms of Israel. And for some people, that still isn't enough. Ethan Klein, again, this is something you can kind of look at. Ethan Klein is getting like hauled over the coals for his take, when his take is Israel is terrible, Netanyahu is terrible, Gaza, the response in Gaza is terrible, the settlements are terrible. It's all disgusting, despicable stuff, but you shouldn't cheer on terrorism. And if you do, what would you do if it happened to your family? That's his take. That's his perspective. It's like the most reasonable take you could imagine. And that still is not enough for these people because, you know,
Who are
his
these
criticism of them
people?
not calling out Hamas adequately is considered to
Oh, come on, Chad Logic. If you're gonna say those people, then show us more than one person. You cannot just show one person and then say those people. Racism ran deep on Britponger Island. True.
be, I don't know, like he's like just as bad as that clip we watched earlier, calling it a holy war, and Israel, you know, Gaza should be flattened, and Israel, you know, we need to back them up to the hilt and stuff like that. It's crazy. Anyway, Ethan spoke about this further, so let's have a look at that and see what he had to say for himself.
I don't know if this is I guess this is turning into a drama that I can talk about. Is that this girl Froggen, who here? Let me see.
Brogan.
Oh, Froggen.
You got the name
That's what I'm
wrong.
saying. I don't even know how to say her name. I just followed her because, you know, there was a lot of mutuals that were following her, and she seemed like a nice person. So that's why I followed her.
Thank you.
She was a mod for Hassan, and me and Lena are friends with her as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
So she seems like a nice person, but
That's
like
what count
most
as an
things,
accent.
or like
Yes.
some people I'm
Yes, it
seeing are
does.
just really
does indeed.
leaving their humanity at the door when it comes to what's happening.
By the way, yeah, you're correct, by the way. Some of this response to Ethan is because he's Jewish. I'm telling you, some of this is rooted in anti-Semitism. Lefty anti-Semitism, okay? Because they won't say it explicitly because that's bad.
Lefty anti-Semitism is the new meme, by the way. And I can see that Chad Logic is jumping on that train, jumping on it. I think Wick did a whole thing on leftist anti-Semitism. It's so pathetic. I guess if I'm a leftist, I'm just a self-hating Jewish person. This is so sad. The Krogan character is almost... Yeah, but... Chad Logic is saying that Ethan is getting hate because he is Jewish. He's getting the leftist anti-Semitism. Perhaps it has to do more with that than the leftist anti-Semitism. She's problematic, sure. Like the leftist anti-Semitism is a whole thing that started popping out. I've noticed. You know? Chad Logic is basically saying that people are being anti-Semitic against Ethan. Ethan Klein. There are leftists that support Hamas, but it does not mean that there's a widespread problem of leftist anti-Semitism. I just don't think so. I don't think there is like a huge anti-Semitism within the left, because there exist people who are leftists or whatever that are supporting Hamas. I'm just not for creating this whole Wick-like narrative.
I'm telling you 100% there's people who, even though Ethan has been the most critical that you could be of the Israeli state and the circumstances, and is just saying don't cheer on civilian death, it's still not enough for people because he's Jewish. I'm telling you, 100% this is absolutely the part of some people's thought process for this.
Can you link me? Because I just pulled up on Twitter. I mean, this started when I just quietly unfollowed her, okay? I didn't like the tweet she was making. I thought they were, like, leaning too much towards pro-Hamas. and I just didn't like it. I didn't want to see it. And so I fucking quietly unfollowed her. I didn't make a big deal. I didn't say anything.
Yes, it's like it's the most reasonable thing. Is sometimes you're
And also, it's like Frogan is against Muslim. Okay. Frogan is again Muslim. Is Ethan well? I think so.
you're following another person. Like, it's so crazy that this is like the conversation that we're having because Frogan is freaked out.
It's not crazy. You're loving it. It's your main content. Don't pretend that you're not happy about having this conversation.
So badly about getting unfollowed.
This is so fake that it's pathetic. Oh no, I can't believe I'm having this conversation. Oh no, why is this drama happening that it's the main everything of my whole content? Why does it have to be happening? Or why? Don't... It's so pathetic. Maybe.
Followed. If you put takes out and you're mutuals with other creators, that creator might unfollow you if you say something that they don't like. Like, it's just so obvious, isn't it? You know, it's happened to me. I've had loads of people unfollow me over the fucking years. And you're just going to go, okay, fair enough. I guess I don't like my takes. And you leave it at that and you move on. The idea that you would go and make a big public stink about getting unfollowed by someone is the most bullshit thing I've ever heard in my entire life.
Welcome.
Particularly when it's in response to you downplaying terrorism. Anyway, thank you for the sub.
Thing. But, like, she got to turn it into this whole big thing that turns into a drama that's now being posted all over the internet. Like, I'm sorry, it's a Twitter follow. It's not that serious, okay?
Yes.
First of all. And
True.
She said, oh, here, let me just check my Twitter because I posted a screenshot of it. She posted, like, yo, one of my favorite YouTubers. Oh, let me find it. I didn't post that one. I'll just show the whole context here. Frogan.
Okay.
Oh, God. I'm not... And by the way, people are probably saying horrible things about her, too, which is why I don't want to show this general...
oh, no.
Spray of horrible shit that people are saying. Oh, thank you, AB.
Oh, no.
Not good. I saw this.
Oh, no, says Chad Logic while gleefully smiling. Oh, no. Oh, no.
That face when one of your favorite content creators unfollows you for being pro-Palestine. Like, first of all, the framing of that is fucked up, okay? Let's not even go there. Second of all, thank you for saying I'm your favorite content creator. I mean, that's flattering. You know, we appreciate all the audience members. And
No way.
I'm flattered by that. But saying you don't even know why I unfollowed you. You don't know. You don't have no information. We've never even talked. And so people start
I've beaten
somehow.
This game in the
this is how
past.
people figured out that it was me. Once again, I saw that and I wasn't going to say anything. It's like whatever, fine. You know what I mean? Like, vent, do whatever you want to do.
Not on the stream, though.
The
hummus.
So I guess this from her Discord got leaked. She said, Ethan Klein unfollowed Frogan. This is from our subreddit, I think. Ethan Prob was like, this damn Arab supports Hamas. That's not funny. That's not funny at all. Like, the whole framing of this is really fucking cruel. Ethan, I'll support the IDF. Refollow me. I don't support the IDF either. It's not funny.
Oh, no, he's not impressed. He is not... Oh, no! He's not impressed with that, is he? I mean, yeah, it's kind of... I mean, wait a second. Hang on a minute, right? Listen. Hang on a sec.
Oh, God.
So Frogan thinks that Ethan supports the IDF. Because for that joke to work, right, Ethan has to be at least somewhat supportive of the IDF. Even though Ethan has repeatedly and continuously criticized the Israeli state and the IDF. On what grounds would you possibly think that Ethan Klein supports the IDF when all of his talk is against the IDF and critical of it? What possible grounds would there be that you would think that Ethan supports the IDF? I wonder what that could be.
Have you seen the footage of the conflict? It's pretty grim. I've been pretty... I've not been watching the footage of the conflict.
I wonder what that could possibly be. Come on, man. It's so obvious what's going on here. Ethan Klein is Jewish. He probably supports the IDF. It's fucking lefty anti-Semitism is what it is. Simple.
So, that's the framing of...
Again, framing it as lefty anti-Semitism is a very interesting thing.
And then the reason I unfollowed her, because apparently she wants to know, is because of this tweet specifically and a few others, but this is the one that I was like, I don't want to see this anymore. She said leftists preach and foam at the mouth at
His
the
wife
thought
was in the IDF because she's an Israeli fucking citizen, you retards. She didn't have a fucking choice. She had to join the fucking IDF.
The mentality of these retards.
Are you people fucking idiots or something?
For being anti-Semitic and
Also,
calling
on top of
everyone
that as well,
Nazis.
what does that matter? What difference does that make? What difference does that make to anything? Regardless of whether his wife was in the IDF or not, right?
Chad Logic has some, and there's like, I don't know. So angry, Chad Logic. Oof.
Ethan Klein himself has been very critical of the IDF. If you know Ethan's content and his takes on Israel, right, he constantly, endlessly criticizes the IDF. Why, if someone continuously criticizes the IDF, would you presume that they support them? On what basis?
of a revolution happening in America. But as soon as it happens in the Middle East, what they're doing is wrong. Now, this, to me,
retards,
I'm interpreting this as...
oh my god.
So let's just take some time.
YouTube chat is frozen on screen. Oh. Wait. It is? Let me fix that. Sorry. I'm sorry. Actually, I don't see any new messages. No, just one. No one said anything. Test. Okay, let's test it. It does seem to be stuck. It does get sometimes stuck. Okay, now it's back. We have unfrozen. Listen, when Karasu says something, she usually is correct. What Karasu says is not to be dismissed. Ever. I see now in the novel there is censorship. Oh, what censor? Oh. Wait, really? That is so interesting. So you were testing it. Wait, try typing it out into YouTube again. That's interesting. Okay. Being pro-Hamas is not equal to being anti-Semitic. Interesting. Well, we've got the page, so that's no problem. Being pro-Hamas is not equal to being anti-Semitic. It seems so. It is idiotic to cheer for Hamas action because it is supporting a massacre. Yes. Correct. Karasu knows what she's talking about. You get demonetized apparently if you include the term. Oh no, my monetization. What will I do? What will I do with my non-existent monetization? What will I do? Oh, 951. Nice, we're growing. We actually might get that monetization sooner than I think so. Maybe I shouldn't be as... Maybe I should stop being sarcastic about it. We might actually soon get monetized. But Froggen is a Muslim. Will likely her support of Hamas not do being... Yeah, I think it's... I think we need to be more careful when throwing around terms, you know? Especially we need to be careful about crafting terms like lefty anti-Semitism. Seriously. We should actually be careful about...
Oh, Barry!
Thank you. Here's my last donation for potentially a while. I tried to be generous today. Everyone consider donating. Thank you, Greater. Thank you. You've been a great donator tonight. Thank you. But yes. Bleh. Thank you.
To address that a bit more. So, the idea is that you are going to presume that Ethan supports the IDF because his wife, who's an Israeli citizen, at one point served in the IDF because there's mandatory military service in Israel. Is that really the argument that you're making? Is that really the point that you're going to argue? That's why you would presume that Ethan supports the IDF, despite his regular, continuous criticisms of the IDF? You're fucking delusional. You're absolutely fucking full of it.
Let me read what I wrote. I don't want to say anything out of pocket, but I don't fucking like that. People are talking about me unfollowing Frogan, so I'll explain why. Since she wants to talk about murdering children and burning families alive in their safe houses is not a revolution, it's a massacre.
I'm so
and if
glad
you
I
think
saved
that's what
the game.
revolution is supposed to look like, I'm terrified for your idea of an American revolution. Okay? She goes, but as soon as it happens in the Middle East, what they're doing is wrong. She's implying that what Hamas is doing is right. I mean, she's basically all but saying it. She's saying, as soon as a revolution happens in the Middle East, then all of a sudden what they're doing is wrong. She's saying, in her opinion, that what they're doing is right because it's a revolution. And what she's talking about is Hamas. It's up to 1,500 people, innocent civilians, not settlers, not combatants, children, babies, elderly. People were viciously and,
Yeah.
you know,
People
it
were
was just
slaughtered.
wanton, blatant, full-blown murder, massacre, depravity. Okay? And
It is
if you
stupid,
think
yeah.
that that's right, then I don't fucking want to know you. They're burning families
Yes.
alive in their safe houses.
Yeah, I can agree with that part that Ethan is doing nothing wrong. Yeah. But yeah, what I am taking sort of what I do question is calling it the leftist anti-Semitism. Yeah.
Killing babies. They found 40 dead fucking babies at this kibbutz where like tons of people got killed. Now I don't know if they were beheaded, okay?
Although, the children thing, I didn't know that it's like, I didn't know that they attacked a kibbutz. Attacking kibbutz is like an extra bad thing, since as I understand, kibbutz is a thing that is a little bit of its own isolated thing that's self-sustaining. A kibbutz is actually a really interesting topic that we should touch upon someday. There were kibbutz in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth as well, I'm pretty sure. There was little self-sustaining communities, communes, if you will, that grow their own food, and it's like...
And some people really care about that detail. So to me, the 40 babies is enough to just, you know, I think shooting a fucking baby's body with an AK-47 is barbaric enough. I don't really so much care if their heads were cut off or not. And I don't have a hard time believing that they would. Shooting a fucking baby with an AK-47, yeah, I'm sure their greater humanity prevents them from doing whatever your imagination can run wild with. So, you know, sorry, I don't want to fucking know you. And I think it's disgusting what you said, and I think shame on you. That's what I honestly think, you know. And I'm going to sit here until I'm blue in the fucking face talking about how the idea...
Yeah, I mean, obviously, this is like taking up a lot of oxygen on Twitter, is this discussion over whether or not that particular aspect of the story is true. And obviously, none of us know exactly what's going on. I think it's okay to be cautious about it. But I think even with a level of caution approaching the story, at the very least, children have been murdered by Hamas. You know, unless we're going to claim that that's complete fabrication and totally made up, you know, in totality. But obviously, a lot of people are focusing on, the more extreme aspects of the story and trying to debunk that. Which, fair enough if you want to split hairs over that, good on you. But like, there's still like atrocities that have occurred, and obviously there's a lot of confusion about the true nature of what's happening.
It's actually
People
very
are saying,
relevant,
well,
that
the IDF are the
question,
source
and
of some of
here's
these
why.
stories. And yeah, sure, you can be skeptical
I think it's relevant.
about that. But my prediction, as I said earlier this week, is that as
I
more
don't think
news of
it's
these
splitting
atrocities come
hairs.
through, I think people are really going
I
to start
don't
to feel
think so.
stupid and embarrassed about downplaying certain aspects of it, because I think the totality of what's happened is going to be so fucking extreme, I
Yeah.
don't think it's splitting hairs.
Is a genocidal criminal institution that Netanyahu should be tried for war crimes. He should immediately resign. I can tell you that the West Bank settlements are...
Yeah, and obviously, previously, Twitter leftoids would just need a twit longer to believe that a full-blown rape
Because
occurred.
the beheading argument is used to justify the leveling down and the collective blaming that plays. Yeah, absolutely, yeah. It is actually important to have the facts, to have the correct facts. It is actually. It's not hair splitting to be precise about the facts of what happened or not happened, There's a distinction that
But now we're gonna doubt and scrutinize and go, oh well, I don't know about that. Have we got any proof that this rape actually happened? It's honestly wild. The hoops people are jumping through, they wouldn't normally jump through, to deny what is not 100% proven, but probably fairly likely, right? Like it's not unreasonable to think that if someone is going around mass executing civilians, targeting civilians, that they wouldn't also be willing to commit other forms of war crimes as well. But yeah, sure, we don't have like hard proof. All we've got is witness testimony. But for a lot of people, that would be more than enough.
That's not because the Hamas murder is any better, only shooting, but more or less the same level. Yeah, yeah, that's right. You're correct. Yeah.
To fully denounce someone for doing.
Sadly, there is an internal logic There is. I mean, as I've said, parroting what Cossacks says, Constante Gebert, the logic of genocides is imagining the better world without the group. If you imagine a world that is better without a group and start using a language or actions, that's basically a genocide, When you start moving towards a future, it would be better without group X.
Something. And we're not even talking about an individual here. We're talking about like a terror.
This, by the way, what is happening now with Israeli state against... Yeah, it is. They want to depict a picture without... Yes. Unfortunately, yes. That is... Like... Do you remember the conference that I attended? Do you remember the conference Wasted Lessons of the Holocaust? I remember thinking that Israel should be discussed among the topics of that conference. And Paraimos, but that's a whole different topic.
Terrorist group. It's crazy.
The Paraimos.
Basically an act of war, and I don't really believe even that
I
settlement...
guess those were the two sticking points. Like that there were some speakers that were pushing some very weird ideas about Zionism. Israel was not discussed much on this conference, and it should have. And Paraimos was not really discussed on this.
are civilians in the same way that the people...
And the situation of Roma people in general was not discussed much. So that's...
people who were murdered are. I can tell you that what Israel's doing in Gaza is as evil
also
as...
remember that person from Israel that debated both Vosh and Demon Mama. Like, the person was making exactly the same argument like Karasu is saying. We cannot make peace with these animals. That's basically what the person was saying.
As it can be, as evil can be. Just what they're now doing in response to this, which is blowing up, leveling neighborhoods, cutting off water, power, food. I can say that till I'm blue in the fucking face, so I don't want to hear any goddamn person saying that I'm a Zionist, which, by the way, is a dog whistle for anti-Semitism. I'm not a Zionist. The only reason people call me a Zionist is because I'm Jewish, so explain to me how that's not anti-Semitic. Not a Zionist. Never talked about Zionism.
True.
Never talked about Israel having a God-given right to exist, or whatever the fuck Zionists, whatever they think Zionism is, or whatever it means. So,
I mean, yes,
God-given right part is a bit iffy, considering that the whole Messiah thing.
this is the fucking secret lefty cheat code to anti-Semitism. Is
lefty.
You just talk about Zionism and Zionists.
Interesting.
Right? And maybe you do start off just criticizing the Israeli state using that terminology. But over time, I mean, you know, I've seen it myself. I've seen the levels at which people go to using this like Zionist excuse. It's so successful.
Very interested that it's framed as a left-wing problem. I have a big problem with framing this sort of thing as a left-wing problem. But of course, Chad Logic's gonna do it. Of course. Noob Zionism criticism is not left-wing anti-Semitic code word. Exactly. Of course it's not. It's just so... And I'm a left-wing person. This is idiotic. Zionism is a political ideology that can be criticized. Yeah. Correct. That is actually an idea that a speaker during the conference tried to push, and it made me feel quite weird. The idea that anti-Zionism is the new anti-Semitism, and that Jewish people were forced to convert to Christianity in the past, and now Jewish people are forced to convert to anti-Zionism, to conform. It was so bad. That speaker was so bad, and it made me feel so weird. His modern roots. Check out President Sunday getting through Theodor Herzl's Judenstaat. I saw that there was a video on that. By the way, Hertz was not a stupid yeah, no, he wasn't. No. I'm not a fan of Zionism, but Zionists were not just a bunch of idiots. It's important to note that. Like the people that created Zionism and were for it, like in the 19th century, were not just a bunch of idiots. Yeah, yeah. Like one of the most famous rabbis in Poland, Mojżesz Szor, was murdered by the USSR. The last rabbi of the Great Synagogue in Warsaw was a Zionist. In action, he was neutral when it came to the topic, but privately he was a Zionist. So Zionists were not just a bunch of power-hungry idiots across the board. Mojżesz Szor. Very interesting person, Mojżesz Szor. We might do a thing on him. Interesting. We will have to dive deeper into Zionism.
The left, you know, taking this term and using it in this way, the far right have started doing it. Go.
Oh no, The left inspired the far right. Yeah, sure, Chad Logic. For sure. For sure, it was the left that inspired the far right.
The arcane powers that surround the blazing ruins of Arkandun have made urgent the summoning of Khadgar to the lands of the orcs. The destruction of the Bleeding Hollow clan was not without great price, however, for both Kurdrin and his Mount Skyreen were captured by the Horde. While examining the remains of the Great Fortress, the Archwizard has learned not only the location of the Book of Medivh, but also that another artifact is needed for Ner'zhul's plans to reach fruition, the Skull of Gul'dan. Khadgar believes it will be possible to destroy the portal and permanently seal the rift created by Medivh if he can acquire these artifacts. A great mountain isle lies to the northeast, atop which the Black Dragon Deathwing dwells. The Skull of Gul'dan lies within his land. Valeria and Khadgar have agreed to aid you in stealing away the skull and, if possible, destroy the Great Dragon. It is rumored that Orcish tribes live on this island and offer captives from the Great War as sacrifices to Deathwing. If you can rescue them, they may know of some weakness in the creature.
The Warcraft guy left the company, so he does no voices for Warcraft anymore.
Hello?
Yes, what is it?
Well, what? What? Excuse me?
Excuse me?
You never touch the other elves like that.
What the f-
Do that again and you'll pull back the stump. Hello? What? Hello? Well? Excuse me? You never touch the other elves like that.
Okay. Of course. Tory party backbenchers actually have more humane politicians now on Palestine-Israeli conflict than Labour Party leadership. I'm looking into the Texas law. I think it's currently being declared unconstitutionally by district court. There are a couple of Tory backbenchers openly critical of Sunak. That's so bad. How long have we been streaming? 4 hours. Interesting.
Go and look at far-right posts at the moment. The amount they talk about fucking Zionists. Particularly if a Jewish person is, like, in any way, you know, defending any sort of Israeli aspect of this. You know, I could show, you know, we should do this maybe as a game or something, but like, you could look at posts,
As a game.
you put the far right and the far left next to each other on this issue, remove the context of who it is, and you would not be able to tell them apart. It would be literally impossible to tell which one is the far right and which one is the far left. They are identical in terms of content at the moment. It's mental.
Mental.
I'm sorry. You know what I mean? If you can't acknowledge the horrors that are befalling both sides, then whatever peace you're fighting for is a joke. You know, if you're just gonna sit there callously and dismiss 1,500 people being murdered the way that they were, so gruesome, so fucked up, so undiscriminate. If you're willing to gloss that over, then how the fuck are you ever gonna find peace with Israelis? How? It will never happen. In fact, the only way this conflict ends, if you're unwilling to see the humanity of murdered civilians just because they happen to be Israeli, is probably with the genocide of all fucking Israelis. Because how else does this end for you? Because apparently revolution is good when it's killing civilians on a massive, unmitigated scale.
Well, if you follow the logic through of what these people are saying, so they say they've got a problem with settlers, right? Specifically settlers. But then they celebrate and cheer the death of civilians that are not like, you know, settlers in the West Bank. They're from a different part of Israel, or they're in a different, you know, even people that are not like they've come from abroad. Maybe they're Israeli citizens in some fashion, but they've come from abroad to like a music festival, you know? And it soon becomes apparent that they're not just talking about a specific, because he's trying to differentiate settlers out from other Israelis. But these people don't do that. They just think any person that is an Israeli citizen, no matter what their background, no matter where they live, no matter what they're doing, they are a justified target. They are a fair target, and that's that. You know, anyone with an Israeli passport, because there was even that German woman,
which is interesting. Hamas does. Because technically speaking, any Jewish person has a Israeli passport. Remember that. Keep that in mind. Any Jewish person has, any documented Jewish person. I must my documentation is up in the air, so I don't
another
have
aspect of this.
I don't have an Israeli
debate over whether or not she's dead. And there were reports that she was dead, but then the mother said that she's got reports through that she's in hospital and maybe she's alive. And that's now been twisted to, no, she's alive actually. And it's all in regard to this woman in the back of a pickup truck with legs twisted, contorted out of position, getting spat on by people.
I mean, you cannot apply for it. You cannot get it, but every Jewish person is... any Jewish person is... eligible. That's the word. Like in Poland, if you undergo a conversion to Judaism, it goes with an Israeli citizenship. That's true, but to have the Israeli thing, your religion has to be Judaism. That's true. Okay, in that sense, you're definitely right. Yeah. Okay, I should be more specific. Yeah, that's true. I should be a bit more precise with what I'm saying. Yeah, that's true.
You know, oh yeah, she got taken to the hospital. You know, obviously there's a lot of uncertainty and unknown aspects of this. But there was a person who I believe came in from Germany, but because she holds an Israeli passport, she was considered a justified target as well. So, you know, what conclusion are you supposed to come to than these bloodthirsty three?
That's actually my situation while we're at it. That's actually my I'm back. I remember I had no homework to do. Welcome back. That's actually my situation. I experienced the joys of anti-Semitism while not being fully accepted. So I guess I'm an example of that, Karas. I'm that glorious example of the person that, you know. That got the effects of the anti-Semitism while not being fully accepted. Because no documents. Amazing. Amazing. How cool. How cool is that?
Freaks would be happy for all of them to be wiped out. They're saying that they're justified targets. Crazy.
Going house to house, murdering families, parents with their kids right in front of them. So these people who are like leftist peace, they want peace, they want a free Palestine. If you are so fucking close-minded that you can imagine that the suffering of an Israeli person is valid, then you're lost. And the same goes for Israelis. And again, I say this to them blue in the fucking face. If Israelis can't imagine why, terrorists come out of Palestinians are becoming terrorists, if you don't understand why, why Hamas or why some Palestinians want to do this kinds of shit, then you're also part of the problem. People don't want to imagine. They don't care. It's like Israelis, we don't care about dead Palestinian babies. We just bomb it because you know what? It's a retaliation. So we're just going to bomb fucking Gaza. And on the other hand, these woke leftist fucking, I don't know what you call this branch of leftism is, but...
So would it be okay to go and kill the Russian civilian setters in the occupied areas? It's okay. We can murder their children and decapitate them. What are you talking about? Dude. What are you on about? Where are you possibly getting that from? From my take? What the fuck? No, you shouldn't do that. Correct. Yes, I'm against that. Yes. Like, why would you think I'd be for that?
But they don't care about 1,500 civilians being mass murdered, raped.
Yes. Israel as a state is failing Jewish people too, as it fails to give that shelter I wanted to promise. Thank you, fake Alec Parker.
Yes, raped.
Oh, you added me. Oh, right. Okay, I get it now. I thought you were asking me. I was like, no, of course not. You're talking about lefties. You're saying would lefties think that's justified, right? I think I'm understanding.
Let's not even
I
pretend.
think he added me, but he's just trying to ask a broad question. Okay, I get it now. Sorry, I didn't understand because you added me. I'm an idiot.
That didn't happen, you scumbags.
You are an idiot. That's
okay,
true,
maybe, and so maybe, and then we don't know. 40 babies were definitely killed. Maybe only one was beheaded. I don't know if there was more than that. So maybe it's not as bad as we think. Is that right, Frogan? Scumbag. I'm sorry, scumbag. What are you doing for peace exactly? Except coming out here and virtue signaling how fucking left you are, how woke you are, how much you care for peace or the Palestinian people more than anyone else. Like, let's be real about what the world is for a fucking second. And imagine, like, what is, like, you support Hamas. What did Hamas do for the peace process? These are your revolutionaries, right? What did Hamas do for the peace process by doing what they did? They further entrenched Netanyahu and his insane, radical, right-wing, murderous, genocidal cabinet. So now he's got more support in Israel, where before Israelis were so over him. People are turning on him. But now it's a wartime, so they got to back him up. The Israeli general populace, many of whom, by the way, some of y'all don't want to believe, a lot of them, especially who were killed at this fucking peace party, massacred there, are pro-peace, anti-Israel government.
No one brings up that Hamas was formed and funded by Bibi and his party.
Pro-Palestine. So a lot of these people are now being like, listen, we got to defend ourselves.
I'm pretty sure there's unity government right now, but isn't that only because of what's happened? Like, obviously, it's very standard that in wartime, whoever the leader is at a given time is you know, circled around and backed up. Because if it comes to not liking a politician because they're getting shitty policies versus getting fucking destroyed in a terrorist attack, you're probably gonna not want to get destroyed in a terrorist attack.
Because they're just human beings, right? And the reaction is human.
Unity government, war cabinet.
Okay, not saying it's right or wrong, but like, let's fucking be real about the world we're living in. Scumbag. Sorry, you can't just go on Twitter and type this shit. There's consequences. Fuck you. All I did was unfollow you on Twitter. You want to make a big fucking deal about it? Fuck you.
He's popping off. Jesus.
Shove it up your ass, you fucking. You know what I mean?
Logic
like,
is so excited.
How dare you even say this? As soon as it happens in the Middle East, what they're doing is wrong. Okay, so Hamas is right. Let's go, Hamas. What else has happened? International community, who was widely supportive of Palestine, is now everyone's like, yo, Israel's got a right to defend itself. Every single fucking issue that was working in Palestinians' favor.
The idea that we see two armies facing each other is stupid. Correct. It's not a war. That's actually, there's more to this, because the idea, it's not even just about two armies facing each other. War is a thing that is waged between states, right? And as far as I know, there is no fully recognized Palestine state. So how can you call it a war? You know? And war is waged between states. Even if one state does not necessarily have to have an army, but there does need to be like a, you know, an actual recognized legitimate state. have no rights, real rights, even in Gaza Strip, at so many aspects. I mean, to my knowledge, the only prerequisite to the term war is the amount of casualties, hence why civil wars exist. Not exactly, because when you have civil war, you have two factions forming usually, you know, that sort of create their quasi-governments. So that's also not exactly true. You do have sort of factions forming in civil wars that sort of gather their groups. There is a state failing. Yeah, correct. A state in crisis, you could even say. Yeah.
Has now been completely reversed by Hamas. So how the fuck are these revolutionaries exactly helping you? And how is what they're doing the right way, Frogan? I'd actually like you to explain that for me, please, if you could. You know, sorry.
Failure of a state.
There's got to be a reckoning with this level of callous disregard for the death and suffering of civilians. And everybody wants to look at and say, look at all the Palestinians that are dying. I mean, who gives a fuck about the Israelis? And the Israelis are saying the same thing. Look at all the civilians that died. You know, we have to defend ourselves. We got to level Gaza. You know, y'all really want to talk about fucking peace while dehumanizing each other to the point where you don't even care if their kids die? Like, Israelis don't care about dead Palestinians and Palestinians. Well,
Here we do not see an Israeli state falling into a civil war. What we see is a segregation and apartheid state against, yeah, correct. Check DMs. So far, I think Ethan is okay on this. Mudbender. I don't have Skype. Sorry. Who is Matt Bender again? I don't have Skype. We're not having two equal factions. No, we're not. Okay, but I don't have Skype. We should have set up a Skype. We should set up a Skype one day. I think setting up a Skype right now will take a bit too much.
Speaking generally here, you know, they don't care about the, I'm going to say a lot. They don't care about the dead Israeli kids. So what's progressive about your take exactly?
Nothing.
I'd like to fucking know how you're just not a straight up authoritarian, violent, you know,
Jesus Christ.
freak.
Why is Chad Logic so happy?
I don't know. I don't understand. It's unacceptable. It's unacceptable.
Jesus.
And it shouldn't be tolerated. Shame on you. And that's why the
Chad
fuck
Logic
I
is
unfollowed
such
you.
a ghoul. I
Scumbag.
swear.
Thanks for bringing it up, by the way. I wasn't even going to talk about it.
Amazing. Chad Logic is so amazing.
Did I make myself clear?
Yes, you did, Ethan. He's wording his statement very carefully, isn't he? He obviously doesn't want to get backlash or going too hard, but he's still going pretty hard. He's still going pretty hard. I mean, it's hard because it's like, yeah, I think the way he's talking is very, like, he's saying a lot of things that I think a lot of us would just agree with. This
That's
is just
true.
you know, I think, especially people in my chat. This insanity is just overwhelming over the past few days, and I think we all have looked at it and just been like, "This is nuts! Like, what the fuck has happened?"
You don't feel overwhelmed, Chad Logic, to be honest.
He's just on the money. He's correct. He's observing things rightly. And the thing about it as well is, unless you want to collect, you know, how can you possibly argue against this from the other side when he is making, in some cases, even more like extreme criticisms of the Israeli government than other people that are calling out what people like Frogan are doing. He's taken it a step further, and you know, is really hammering the kind of Israeli side of this too. Like, there's nothing, unless the only reason you could possibly disagree with this from like the pro-Hamas side or whatever, right, is if you're anti-Semitic. That's it. That's literally it. That's literally it. There's no other reason that you could possibly bring to the table that you would say that Ethan is like on the side of Israel in this, you know? Some of the studio friends of Rogan. Oh no. Okay. That's
all I have to say.
Yeah. We're going to capture both segments. Don't you worry. We're going to watch the lot. We've got plenty of time.
Oh no.
And if you think an L take is Hamas are not freedom fighting, liberating forces, if you think it's an L take to say that Hamas shouldn't slaughter civilians, then guess what? You're also a fucking freak. And you don't need to watch this show. You don't need to be here. You know what I mean? Like, I love everyone that watches this show, and I know the vast majority of the people probably agree with me. Or even if they don't, right, they can at least see they understand my upset, why I'm upset, right? But if you want to go and chat and type L take and
Oxford Languages defines war as a state of armed conflict between nations or states or different groups within a nation or state. So this can be war. It's not an internal conflict. It is the Israeli state imposing segregation upon the Palestinian nation, wherein a separate faction made up of Palestinians, arguably neither state nor nation has come into conflict with the... Right, yeah. See, Moose Watcher gets it. Moose Watcher understands.
all this dumb shit. Like, you don't have to be here. You if you're pro Hamas, go, you know what I mean? Go join one of the fucking rallies in Miami or New York where they're saying gas the Jews and holding up swastikas.
Okay.
Go join them, because guess what? They're the ones rooting for Hamas right now. You go be with them, because this is not one of those places. And I don't know how much more I can fucking say that I support Palestine and Palestinian people in the most extreme goddamn way possible. How much more can I say it? But you all don't want to acknowledge Israel's suffering, and you don't want to acknowledge why Israel is now bombing Gaza, which is monstrous, genocidal, fucked up. They shouldn't be doing it at all. If it was up to me, if I was genuinely, I wouldn't bomb them at all. For me, it'd be a time to reflect.
A real political scientist.
And to think about how can we address this in a way that doesn't prolong.
So we're talking about Palestinians not having a free election since 2006. This is just unbelievable to think about. This is
the fucking further slaughter of civilians. Okay? I don't know what more I can say.
See, the thing is like, I know there's a lot of war-hungry people out there that just want, I mean, some people literally want Gaza to be crushed into a fucking car park. I saw an Indian sharing a meme about it. But can you really destroy Hamas? Like, does it work like that? Like, even if you were to root out Hamas as it exists, would you not create devastation that will just lead to more terrorism in the future? I just don't know if, like, this action is even going to, like, end up achieving the goals that Israel have gotten all of this. You know, well, you know, I'm not beyond genocide of the Palestinians. You know, I'm not a I'm not a geopolitical expert at all. I'm a retard, okay? But it just seems like.
I mean, you said it, not me. You said it, not me.
This current round of action by Israel is not even necessarily going to achieve long-term what they want. So it's not even horrific what's happening. It's also maybe not even going to be effective long-term. But anyway.
And around 700,000 were under 14, from what I remember, right? 700,000 or so were... Right. Right. Exactly. Exactly. We're talking about a massive amount of children. Yeah. Terrorism is defined by attackers being non-state actors, at least officially, so it can be either war of the attack can be terrorism, but not both. Folks using these terms need to pick a lane. Right. It's massive amount of children and super majority of the population having never had to say anything. Yeah, it's just a mass slaughter of children. That's what it is. What a world we live in. Or this is just allowed. I'm gonna be honest. If the US wanted to stop it, it would have stopped. The US has hold over Israel. If the US said you must stop this now, the Israel would stop it. I'm just gonna say that.
I'm told Israel has got its right to defend itself, so leveling Gaza is apparently okay.
But if you don't have the imagination to understand that there's grievances on both sides, to the point of having the empathy to understand, then there will never be peace. Ever. People say, what's your plan for peace? How can we even talk about a plan when people don't care about the opposing side's children dying? Why are we even entertaining the idea of peace when Hamas are freedom fighters? And
although saying opposing sides is a bit of a misleading way to describe this, opposing sides. If that makes sense. It can create a pretty misleading narrative to speak of, because we need to identify pretty precisely who are the sides, who are we talking about, because 1 million children are not an opposing side. Israeli right of defense against these 700,000 children. Yeah, that's basically what I'm talking about. Like, we need to know what we're talking about here.
Same goes for the Israeli, the IDF, who's just bombing fucking Gaza and all this.
Well, yeah, because this is the problem, isn't it? That's another, So that's ineffective. But then if they start to like step back on their policies, you send the message that terrorism is successful. And so they'll think to do that again if they've got other goals that they want to achieve. It's just all of this is lose-lose. There's nothing here. There's no positives here. It's all just horrendous. It's one of those situations where there's just no good answers or good solutions to any of this. And yeah, it is obviously troubling that people do have such a bloodthirsty approach to the response when the people that are going to suffer most are going to be civilians, are going to be Palestinian children and stuff like that,
Psycho, ravenous, genocidal monsters that are pro-Israel to the point of being like, let's just level Gaza so everyone's living in tents. Like, yeah. I'm fucking sorry.
I would say that's a good solution, not bombing kids. In fact, getting children into safety, that would be a good thing, wouldn't it? Raising the children not to, hate people that are just bombing them. That would be a good thing, wouldn't it? Giving the children rights, that would also be pretty good. Providing them basic food and I mean, that's... I mean, in my opinion, the minimum should be a bit more than basic food and water, but... Also because probably hostages are also in Gaza having no access to food and water. God. That's true. So there are bloody good solutions here. Yeah, there are. That's like, the problem isn't the lack of solutions. The problem is the lack of will to do the solutions. It's the lack of will to enact the solutions. Imagine. He only can understand the online drama aspect. Yes, because that's the only thing he cares about. Either that's the only thing he cares about, or it's the only thing he's smart enough to understand. I will let you decide which is it. In case of Chud logic, like in the case of many other people, I'd say it's cynicism. But in the case of Chud logic, I genuinely don't know if he just isn't an idiot.
You know, and I'm tired of people acting like a 75-year-old land dispute with like thousands of years isn't fucking complicated to the point of understanding that there's a perspective from both sides. It's pathetic. It's shameful. And if you care about peace, that will never amount to any real.
That's now Ethan has said it. Oh no. Oh God, no, Ethan. I tend to think nowadays that Chad is also a very stupid man. Yes, he is. Thousands of years? Come on, Ethan. Yeah, I see. I can see Karasu that we're being upset by the same thing. Like, come on, Ethan.
It's pathetic, complicated to the point of 5-year-old land dispute with like thousands of years isn't fucking
thousands of years. Ethan. It's not even. No, it's not. It really isn't. Ethan. And I know that with me, all roads lead back to the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. But keep in mind that, I mean, it's estimated that over 80% of all Ashkenazi Jewish people, at least, can trace their origin to the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. So it's pretty significant when I will say that in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, it was agreed very widely. It was canon that the return to Israel would never happen. So are we gonna just brush through that? Are we just gonna brush past that? That at some point the biggest Jewish community in the world sort of made it canon that the return to Israel would not be necessary ever? Thousands of years. Jesus, Ethan, come on. It's around how the state is formed. Yeah, of course. Because when it came, like, the state of Israel does not have a foot to stand on when it comes to religion, because in Judaism, the return to Israel is supposed to happen when the Messiah comes. So there is no religious footing to Israel. The footing to Israel is we're being persecuted, and so we need to form a modern nation state, and Jewish people need to become a modern nation and discard the poison, or rather the sickness of the diaspora. That's basically, like, we need to remember the very important aspect of Zionism, and that is setting itself as the anti-diaspora movement. That was actually not an insignificant part of Zionism. Seeing the diaspora as a sickness. It's a very bad tendency that we want to understand conflicts through a religious sect conflicts. They explained Russian-Ukraine conflict in religious ground too, Catholics versus Eastern Orthodox. Wait, hold on, what? But both Russian and Ukraine are Eastern Orthodox. Ukraine is not Catholic. Ukraine is not even Catholic. Who Meets Me also explained how bad one local Indian more, but it's still predominantly Eastern Orthodox. You know? Ukraine is still primarily Eastern Orthodox. Like, you have Eastern Orthodox churches in Poland, but pretty big ones as well. Neighbors explaining always in the lens of religious, right? If anything, it's an inner Orthodox conflict with the Ukrainian Orthodox Church wanting separation, but I digress. Ukrainian Orthodox Church does not need to want separation. Ukrainian Orthodox Church has been separate for a long time, a really long time, going back to Ruthenia. Ruthenia had its own head of the Orthodox Church. At least Ukraine is more leaning towards Russia before 2020 due Eastern Orthodox dominance. This was an actual explanation on voting than this, and why West Ukraine is more EU-leaning and why Eastern Europe more Russian. It's an idiotic simplistic. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is absolutely. But unfortunately, idiotic simplistic explanation is what people often want.
Complicated to the point of understanding.
This is why a good example how we tend to try to explain everything through religious conflict, which is, I'm gonna write this down. You've given me a good idea. You've given me a good idea. I'm writing idea for a future segment. I'm gonna title it for now, Framing All Political Conflict Through Religious Conflict. We're gonna get some examples of conflicts. Ukraine, Israel, India as well. And we're gonna explain why that's wrong. That's good. That's good. That's a good thing too. That would be a good thing to sort of break down. That's actually a pretty good idea. Okay, we got ourselves a future topic to dissect. How this viewing everything through religious conflict just obscures political realities. Oh, that's okay. We're gonna go with that. We're gonna dive into, maybe we can get Boy Meets Meanie. We'll come back. You see this framing in anti-immigration narratives. Yes. With anti-immigration narratives, it becomes religion, but it also becomes framed as differences in culture. Which sort of, if you think about it, usually goes back to religion. So you're right about that. Yeah. I mean, it's just a reframing of a traditional framing as an issue born of conflict-based. Yeah, culture is explained by religion, yeah. And then linked to biology, even if unsaid. I mean, Paladin said it outright, even if she does. Paladin said it outright even if she tried to deny it in the same video. Okay, probably go to Summer and listen to you passively now. Okay, good night. We might finish stream after this video. It's super long. And it's already 4 a.m. And I have a lot to do tomorrow actually. Aiden Paladin is a race realist bigot. True. True. True and real.
Standing that there's a perspective from both sides. It's pathetic. It's shameful. And if you care about peace, that will never amount to any real change. In fact, you're part of the problem because you're never going to reach Israelis. Ever.
Sleep time for Lucy. Should we end it here? Should we end it here? Should I go to sleep? We've been streaming for 4 hours, 40 minutes. Should we end it here? Should I go to bed? Vote. Vote for my sleep. Culture is the dog whistle for ethnicity among the far right. It is. Vote for my thing. Vote for me. There is no if you're tired then sleep. Sleep or no? Yes or no? That's not how the voting works. You can also consider voting with your wallets. Wink, 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 wink. Vote with your wallets. Just to clarify, my earlier terms are just political science mumbo jumbo. I just refer to different means of examining politics, essentially. Right. Yes. My wallet is exhausted. You're off the hook. You're okay. Thank you. Thank you for donating. Sleep, sleepy. I think people are voting for me to sleep. I mean, if you're tired. I told you not to say if you're tired, sleep. Oh my gosh. Say yes or no. You abstain from typing yes or no? I cannot believe you. How can one abstain from writing yes or no? My God. Okay, I'll go to sleep. We can finish this video tomorrow, I guess. Okay, we're gonna finish it tomorrow. I'm gonna save in Warcraft. A very reacty stream today. Okay. Love and solidarity. So we talk Poland tomorrow then. Yes. We have to talk Poland tomorrow. That's right. We're gonna go through the memes. Oh, I'm gonna write that down as well. We're actually gonna go through the memes and we're gonna go through the cope. That's gonna be a thing. Poland, memes, and cope. Oh yeah, I promised to tell you the bad news. One of the parties that got with the opposition, the Third Way, is actually quite a lot more conservative than the People's Coalition and the left. And they already are starting to say, oh, there will be no abortion, there will be no gender stuff. So we're already seeing some, of course, because it's Poland at the end of the day. So even if PES, the horrible party, lost, you still have certain certain conservative elements within the new coalition. So that's gonna be probably a problem down the line. Like, for example, abortion. The left-wing part of the coalitions is saying we should allow abortion, and the third way is saying there should be a referendum among citizens about abortion, which... What? A referendum about Okay. So here we go again. But, you know, it's still better than if peace would win, so... Or rather, piss. We're gonna talk about it tomorrow. Love and solidarity. And we love our non-binary siblings. Don't think I've forgotten about that. Oh, Confederacy would have been the worst. It's sad but small victories. If peace had won, there'd be much less of... Yeah, true. That's for sure. That's real. Yeah. Bye-bye. I'm gonna press end stream. Bye-bye.